Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. In today's video, we are going to be speaking with the founder of a Ghanaian-owned online supermarket called Consume. Meet Cecilia.
Hello, good afternoon, Cecilia.
Hi Stella. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, so I'm currently here at Consume. Why Consume?
Consume is a play on words, so it's basically consume.
Okay.
But we didn't want to use the consume with the CONSUME, so we thought, okay, why not change it and make it K, and the zoom sort of depicts how fast and swift we deliver your groceries to you. So that's why it's Consume.
Okay, so tell me everything about Consume.
So, Consume is an online supermarket. Okay. And basically what we do is we deliver all your groceries within 60 minutes, within 1 hour. Okay. So when you go on a web app and you order your groceries, within 1 hour you should have it. It doesn't matter where you are in Accra, it's tried and tested, we'll bring the groceries to you. We started it because we realized that there are grocery delivery services in Ghana, but they are normally like platforms. And we had seen this sort of model in Germany, so that's where we are based, or that's where we were based. And there were all these rapid grocery delivery services that sprang up during the whole COVID lockdown period. So you order within 10-15 minutes, your groceries come to you.
Oh, wow.
And we're like, wow, it's like
yeah,
within
15 minutes.
15 minutes, like you want to cook, you go online, and then you order, and then within like 10-15 minutes, they're ringing your doorbell. And then my husband and I were like, wouldn't this idea, like this sort of model be amazing in Ghana? Because there's so much traffic, one, there's so many busy moms, busy dads, busy individuals in Ghana, there are entrepreneurs, there are time-conscious people. If we actually brought this model down, we could try it, and if it works, that would be amazing. So that's where the idea started from, and then we just took our savings, came to Ghana, and then we started Consume about, we came down in October.
That's 2021?
2021.
Okay.
It took us about 2 months to plan the whole setup, and then we launched on the 10th of December. But prior to coming, we had already secured the location for Consume through my brother-in-law, so he did all the legwork. We basically just came and we set up.
Yeah. Okay. So what has your experience been? Okay, you mentioned we. When you say we, you and your husband.
Yes.
Okay, so what has your experience been starting a business in Ghana?
So the experience has been, it's been a mixed one. Like there are good days, there are bad days. Before we came, we had very high expectations. Like, oh yes, we're going to start a business in Ghana. We're going to create jobs. We're going to network with people in the same industry as us. We came down and reality set in. Like starting a business in Ghana is no child's play. So basically, when you come, you need to sort out all your business registrations, you need to sort out your business operating permits, all the documents that you need for a business, your fire certificates, all of that. And then, when you're setting up a business like ours, which is a supermarket, an online supermarket, you need shelves, you need suppliers. So dealing with the artisans, we had to try 2 different artisans. It didn't go well. They weren't delivering according to the timeline that we were working with. So we had to use a third person, a third artisan, a third carpenter, and that's the one that worked. And then on top of that, you have to deal with suppliers. So you need to constantly be like checking, researching, making sure that you have the things you need, the things you don't have. You need to find like who can supply you with those stuff as well. So it's been very mixed. Also, if you're starting like a totally new concept, so online shopping in Ghana is not something that a lot of people do. Most people prefer to go to the market, they prefer to go to the supermarket themselves.
Yeah, that's what we are, like most Ghanaians are used to.
Exactly.
Especially like Saturdays are like market days.
Exactly.
For us,
and so for a new concept, it's taken a lot of time, but it's been amazing. The customers we have who have tried our model, they come back over and over and over again. Today, one lady who orders from us, this is like her 4th order in the last 2 months. She's been amazing. She's our favorite customer. There are people who come back every 2 weeks. There's some who come back once, and they call us and they're like, "Wow, the experience was amazing. I didn't think it would be this easy to order on your website." Yeah. So I think it's going to take time, but Ghanaians are already getting there. There's like different apps that people use to order their food from restaurants, and then there are different like platforms online on Instagram where people used to order their clothes and stuff like that. So I think people will get used to consume, because wouldn't you want to sit in your home and then you just order your groceries, you're doing your cleaning, your chores, you're going to your party, your barbecue, within 1 hour your groceries comes to you, and it's owned by Ghanaians. So it's not a foreign company owned by some people from somewhere who have huge like sums of money, millions of dollars. You know, it's actually Ghanaians who have come back and want to make an impact, want to employ people, create jobs in that process. So it's been great starting Consume. Like that's my goal.
Okay. You mentioned earlier you moved from where did you say you moved from?
Yes. So we moved from Germany to come to Ghana.
So
Yes.
why Ghana?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Ghana is home. When we thought of Consume, we're like, oh, should we maybe start in Nigeria? Because Nigeria, from what we hear, they are more adaptable and they're more willing to try new things, new models. And also because my husband has a bit of experience like living in Nigeria, we're like, okay, maybe we should start in Nigeria. But then we thought about it, Ghana is home. You know, this is where our roots are, this is where our families are. You know, we have extended families in Ghana. Why not come here and do this? If it works, that's amazing. So yeah, that's why we decided to come to Ghana. And we didn't want to start Consume in Germany. We actually thought of it as well, because there were so many businesses that started this model first
in Germany.
Okay. So like there's Gorillas, there's Flink, there's Getir, there's in the US they have like Postmates, DoorDash. There's so many others. So these people have huge investments, and it's their country. They're doing it in their country. Why can't we come here and with the little money we have also start something and grow it and make it big? Because it's ours. We can claim Consume. Like any Ghanaian will go anywhere and say, "Oh, Consume is owned by Ghanaians. Like it's ours." Yeah. You know, it's not owned by foreigners.
So Tia, tell us a little bit about your background before moving to Ghana.
Yes. So I was born in Ghana. I grew up in Ghana. I always say I'm a Kokomlemle girl. I don't know if you know Kokomlemle.
I mean, we have some viewers from Kokomlemle. If you are from Kokomlemle, please let us know in the comment section. Representing Kokomlemle.
Represented.
Yeah.
So I grew up in Kokomlemle. Yeah. So I was 14, and then my dad. So my dad had lived in Germany since I was 2. And he would occasionally, like once a year, come down. And when I was 14, he came and then took us to Germany. And then I went to high school there. After high school, I went to university in the UK. And then after my bachelor's, I studied social sciences in the UK at the University of Kent, representing. And then after my bachelor's, I went back to Germany and did international human rights law and humanitarian law. At the Frankfurt Oder University in Vienna. So I did my master's, and then after I was like, I'm one of those people I've always wanted to live in Ghana. Okay. So even when my dad came and wanted to take us, I was so disappointed because my dream school was Wesley Girls High School. So when I was studying so hard, I was like, I'm going to get Wesley Girls, everything's going to work out. And then my dad was like, oh, you're going to Germany. I was like, I was so devastated. I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay in Ghana, go to Wesley Girls Senior High School, go to University of Ghana. I had like everything like planned out for myself. But then your parents decide when you're 14 what you should do. So we went to Germany, and I always said to myself, after university, I'll move back to Ghana. So right after my master's, I secured a job here in Ghana with a company, an international company. They do consultancy for international organizations, and they do advisory services as well. So I came to Ghana as a program associate. We did a few research, monitoring and evaluation work. Went to Liberia at some point to help with the projects there as well. And then after a year and a half, I was like, okay, Ghana is one of those countries where after a while you're like, I need a break. So after a year, I was like, okay, let me just go back. And also, like Ghana, it tends to be quite expensive. You know, like if you're used to a certain type of lifestyle, you come in like, oh yes, I'm going to this restaurant. The food is amazing, so you keep like, I'm going to this beach today, I'm going to that resort somewhere.
Yeah.
Before you know it, you're broke. So after a year, I used up all my savings.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I'm going back. Maybe the best option for me is to go back, work, save up a bit of money, and come back. So that was the time I met my husband as well. We got married, moved to Germany, and then we saved up. I worked with a tech company called Ecology. It's a search engine, but they plant trees with the revenue and the profits they make. So they plant trees around the world. So I went and I worked with Ecology for a year and a half, and then after we decided to come back. Yeah.
Would you say you made a good choice starting a business in Ghana?
I'd say so. I'd say yes. So starting a business in Ghana is no child's play. It's not very like rosy as some people think. You need to be very resilient. You need to tune your mind to working in Ghana. I think.
So how is Consume different from other businesses, similar businesses in Ghana?
Yes. So the other businesses that you're mentioning or you're talking of, they are platforms. So they provide the platform for third parties to put their businesses on there. So if it's a restaurant app, then the different restaurants put their restaurants and their menus on the platform. So it's basically just a platform they provide for you. They provide the whole technical support, and then you as a business put your things on there, and then they charge you a commission. That's how it works. With Consume, the difference is that we actually control the whole chain of the business. So we have our own platform, we have our own website, and everything you find on our shop, we actually own it, and we actually source these products ourselves. Also, we have a dashboard here in the store where when an order comes in, it comes straight to the dashboard, and then we quickly put together everything that you order, and then we deliver it to you. Another part of, one of the most important parts of our business is the rider app. My husband is a software engineer, so he was able to build the rider app. So the riders get the notification once an order comes through, and then they come here to the facility center, pick up the order and deliver it. So we control everything.
Do you also outsource the riders, or do you are your riders?
No, so these riders are actually our riders. So we have them here, we employ them, and then they work for us. So we don't outsource the delivery aspect of it, because once we say we want to deliver within 60 minutes. If we outsource it, we want to be able to control that aspect of the business, and it's going to go against us and what we stand for. So we actually employ the riders, and then they are here in this building with us. When an order comes in, they pick it up, and then they deliver. So yeah, Consume is different in that aspect, because we control the whole chain, and it's our business. Anything you find on our website, we have it in-house. So we just pack it here for you. You're not going to wait for us to go running around town to look for the products. We actually have them in-house, and then we deliver to you.
So you said a lot. So what do you have to say to anyone watching this video, and why should one purchase from Consume?
So I'd say if you want to start a business in Ghana and you live in the diaspora, you should definitely come and start. But there are a few things you probably need to take into consideration. So you need to do your research very well about the industry you're coming to set up your business in. You need to also connect with people in the same industry, network as much as possible. And before you come, even sort of try to source where you're going to get your products, if you're going to be selling things like ours and that sort of thing. And people should, most importantly, purchase from Consume, because one, it's Ghanaian owned.
Yeah,
so it's not
very important.
Very importantly, it's not foreign owned. There's not some investors who have come in with big money to set up a business. It's Ghanaian owned. Two, we believe in this brand so much, and we see what the bigger picture is for Consume. So for us, if you support us, you're supporting the employees that we hire as well. So you're helping us put food on their tables and food on their tables for their families as well. And also, because we have the most competitive price on the market, if you check out our website, our prices compared to other popular franchises or supermarket chains are like way cheaper, sometimes 10 to 15, 20% cheaper than other shops. And the most important thing for us as a business is sustainability. So we don't use plastic to package our orders like some supermarkets do. We use eco-friendly, reusable bags. So if you're supporting Consume, know that your package or your order is not going to come in a plastic bag. You go to supermarkets in Ghana, sometimes for 4 items, they give you 4 different plastic bags. We don't do that. So we use reusable bags here in the shop. And yeah, we're amazing, and the future is bright for Consume, so you should check us out.
So if you're watching this video, you heard from Cecilia and from Consume, and this is a good reason why you should purchase from them. I'm going to purchase my next product from Consume. Yeah. So I mean, if you're not on Instagram, you should follow me on Instagram. I'll share my experience when I do on Instagram. So, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us and your business. And guys, please, after you have purchased from Consume, let me know in the comment section. I have a toffee for you. Yeah. So is there anything you want to say to anyone watching this video? Any last words?
Yes, so you can find us on Google, Consume or Consume Shop, and then in your search engine or your browser as well, it's just consume.shop. And yeah, on our socials you can follow us at Consume Shop. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed the interview with Cecilia. Cecilia's a full name.
Cecilia Nana Monwa Crenso, but now I'm married, so I feel too.
Okay, so you heard from her. Thank you so much for watching this video. Until next time, on my next video on my channel, we blow kisses. So,
Some few days ago, Miss Drew, a travel YouTuber, and Laurie Lawson, also a travel YouTuber, and I decided to embark on a trip to the north, specifically the Upper West region of Ghana. We went by flight, which cost us 395 Ghana cedis. The plan was to go by air and come by road. We were welcomed by Weyala, which was organized by Miss Drew. Shout out to Miss Drew. Looks like I'm going to leave the Upper West with a husband. This has been an amazing welcome, amazing reception. You check her out. She's an amazing artist. She's been all over the world. Her music is beautiful. It's amazing. I'm going to insert some of her music here. If only I don't get copyright claims, but you should check it out on YouTube. She's doing amazing. I am in Wow, and this is a welcome, good welcome. We are back again, Charlie. Weyala welcomed us and made us feel at home, and she entertained us while we had lunch. Ready? Yay!
Number you, number what, number so, number you, Chenkono, Akono. Get to number you, number what, number so, number you, Chenkono, Akono. Get to number you, number what, number so, number you, Chenkono, Akono. Sala, 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 sala. It's all out in number, Guamele, it's all out in number, Guamele, it's all out. It's all out in number, Guamele, the number, Guamele, it's all out. So everybody gonna respond after me, say.
After a fun time with Weyala, we took a taxi from Wa to Jorapa, which cost us 100 Ghana cedis.
so this is where I'm going to be spending the night. Come along.
Oh, this is going to be my bed.
We then spent the night at the Royal Kuzi Hotel. The experience was amazing. Royal Kuzi Hotel. It comes with a safari tour which cost us 70 Ghana cedis each. We saw lions, zebras, antelopes, hippopotamus. This is how we went. Even though they are in the wild. This is another one. Oh my god, he's peeing. He's peeing. And this one is right here. The safari was so insightful and I highly recommend. Anytime you find yourself in the Upper West region, please visit the Royal Kuzi Hotel and opt for their safari tour. We left the Royal Hills Hotel to try street food, so we picked a loading taxi from the Juapa station, which cost us 20 Ghana cedi each to Wa. While at the Wa market, we tried new snacks such as ice kinky with lemon, which was very different from the usual ice kinky we would usually have in Accra. We also tried tamarind juice, which was really nice. So this is how the sphere looks like, and I'm going to be trying it. Give me one more. This is good. It tastes like just like suya. Suya is suya. There's no other taste apart from suya. So this is good. So far, everything here is very cheap. All their snacks are like 50 pesos, which is less than 1 cedi. And then the highest you can get a snack is 1 Ghana cedi. Everything is very cheap here. I've been here and I've spent less than I thought I was going to spend. We ended the day by heading back to Wichwa, which is a town in the Upper West region. It's about an hour drive from Wa, so we picked a bus from Wa station. So we are currently at the Wichwa station, about to take a bus, and we paid 10 Ghana cedi each. This is where we spent the night, which was the only option from the Wichwa sanctuary. So one of the things that we were super excited about visiting the Upper West region was to see hippopotamus for the first time. So the next morning, we hopped on the motor to see the hippopotamus. We were super excited about it. 40 Ghana cedis for the Motor King ride, 60 Ghana cedis for the boat ride, and 40 Ghana cedis for the accommodation. It's okay. Macaroni.
You want to take me picture?
Yes, take me video. You have fish or egg? Yes, egg and fish. It was time to leave, and this is how the journey ended. So guys, this is the update now. We are currently back at Wa station, and the plan was to come by flight and go back by bus, but then we don't even know the situation now. Here we are here in Wa, and the car that moves from here to Kumasi or to Accra lives at 6 p.m. No, from Wa to Kumasi lives at 6 p.m. and that's about 5 to 6 hours journey. And it's currently 2:35 now, and the shortest route is to leave here to Techiman. So we are currently in a Techiman car, which we paid 55 Ghana cedi. Drew and her other colleague left to Tamale because they still want to film some videos from Tamale, and we want to go back to Accra because we have work tomorrow. Today is Sunday. We are going to Techiman now, and you guys are coming along. This is going to be a long ass trip, but then you guys are coming along, so I hope you. So we are also still on the road. Currently people are alighting here, and according to Laurie's map, we are about 2 hours 19 minutes to Techiman. So yeah, I slept, woke up tired, so we are still on the journey and hungry. We are very hungry because we have not had any proper food to eat, so people are just wasting time. They are lighting instead of them hurrying up there. So I'm currently, in fact, we are currently in Techiman, and we are getting another bus from Techiman to Kumasi. It's currently 9:35. We are getting a bus from Techiman to Kumasi costs 23 Ghana cedi. So while we are waiting, we've already booked the ticket, so we are about to get Indomie because we are all hungry. We are all invited. So we are currently around Kijitia, and there's no taxi. Uber is disappointing. So yeah, we are going to our hostel where we booked. Loretta and I have spent a night there before, so we cannot know there. Good morning. Hi, Laurie. So we made it to the airport on time, even though we had just like 5 hours of sleep. We are heading back to Accra now, and I'm going to explain how I ended up at the airport instead of being on the road back to Accra soon. So even Kumasi now, it's 7:19, and it's going to take 40 minutes to Accra. yeah, so we are finally in Accra. And guys, I have to give you a proper story time of how we ended up coming by flight, because no, you have to hear this. So we just arrived, and so far so guys, this brings us to the end of this video, but let me rewind to talk about how the entire journey was. So the plan was to go by air, that's from Accra to Wa. From Accra to Wa, they usually they just started recently, so you can get a flight straight from Accra to Wa, then come by road, that's from Wa or wherever we will be back to Accra. But then when we finished everything, when we finished the ritual, time was already on our side. So Drew and her camera guy went straight to Tamale. Then we decided to come to Kumasi and then come by road. But then when we got to the station, there was no car to Kumasi. The car that was only available was going to leave at 6 p.m. And mind you, we had reached there around 2 p.m. So we're like, no, we can't be at the station waiting till 6 p.m. before we go to Kumasi. So we decided another alternative, that is taking a bus from Wa to Techiman. It's a town close to Kumasi. Then when we get to Kumasi, we would go from Techiman to Kumasi. So we picked the bus from Wa to Techiman. When we got to, so there is this dangerous road in Ghana, which is after Bole, towards Techiman, towards Kumasi. So when we got there, the policeman stopped us, and then he was like, we should hold on. So he piled a lot of cars, and then it was more of like a convoy, just to be on the safe side. So even though we were in the bus, we felt more safe. Then we got to Techiman very late. Then we picked another bus. The bus was not full though. That's when we had Indomie before the trip. Then we finally got to Kumasi. We settled at Tumi Hostel around 1 p.m. Slept for 4 hours for the next day, for the next flight. So yeah, in fact, not the next day, the same day, because it was the same dawn. But then I thank God that everything was successful. The plan was not to come by flight, but we were too tired. The journey from Wa to Accra by bus, my dear, if you have money, just buy your ticket. I wanted to experience it for the culture, for YouTube, but I was like, no, I was too tired. The bus was not comfortable, the road was terrible, and I couldn't afford to also sit in a bus for extra 4 hours again, knowing very well that I have to be at work Monday morning. So Loretta and I both opted for the flight on our way back. I called my friend Hima, cheers to you. So she quickly booked the ticket for us, because we have been on the road, the network keeps fluctuating. I hope you enjoyed raw footage from Wa to Accra. Thank you so much for always sticking around watching my YouTube videos. I love you so much. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Let me know in the comment section if you've been following from when I left Accra to Wa and all my experiences. Let me know my real subscribers. Let me know you. So yeah, until then, I want to say I love you all. I'm about to do some work. Back work. Wait. Yeah. Back door. I'm about to work here. I want to say I love you all. Let me blow you a kiss. Mwah. In the Upper West region is a beautiful hotel called the Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. I'm currently here in the Upper West region, and I'm here at the most beautiful hotel in the Upper West. So come, let's see how it looks like. This place is called Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel, which is locally called Jirapa Dubai here by the local people. So let's see how the room looks like. Come, let's go. Whoa, this is going to be my bed. The place is very cute. So this is what you get if you would come to the Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel. And now I understand why the locals call it Duapa Dubai. It's so big and the best here in the Upper West. So this is the tennis courts. And we are going to see the mini zoo. Something like this.
That one, the price is labeled on the dice.
60 cedis. Oh, that's very affordable. I'm swimming. This is my
cold and this is nice.
It's like an ice bath. Guys.
Yeah.
A serious ice bath. When you're in the desert in Dubai, you need this.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey guys, it's Miss Drew, your host of the mountain.
It's so fun how you are missing if you're in the Upper West. Exactly.
So tell me, how will you believe? So tell me, how will you believe? So tell me, how will you believe? So tell me.
It's time for dinner and I'm having rice with goat lice soup. Laurie, what are you having?
Yam with goat lice soup.
Yam and goat lice soup. What a combination. So we are waiting for Drew to come. I don't know what she's doing inside, but then this food smells so good. I can't wait to dig in. You know me and food. I know you all will come at me saying Stella is going to eat banku and yeah. Today I'm eating rice and goat lice soup because the weather deserves it.
Whoa.
We just started.
So hungry. We just started.
This is what you are missing. This is good. The food is good. So how do you eat your rice and soup? Do you take the rice first and dip it into the soup, or do you fry the soup before eating the rice? Let me know in the comment section.
Because there were so many things on the menu, guys, and you know when I see food my belly gets bigger than my eyes. So I got some assorted, this is actually the chef's special jollof rice, and then I have got seafood provincial.
Ooh, wow.
Seafood is like honestly,
yeah. Don't worry, we are all eating your food today.
Just because I tasted yours. Aww, I'm joking.
Good morning. Good morning from the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel.
Good morning. Hi everyone. Hi to Stella family.
Larry, are you still sleeping? Okay, so we are going to have breakfast without her because she's taking long.
please.
She's taking long to dress.
Drew is
How
still
was
on
your night?
London time, but we stick to time.
How was your night?
The night was comfy. Oh my goodness, the bed was amazing. I don't know what I prefer most, the bed or the shower. Ooh.
Oh, the shower. Oh, the warm shower.
Exactly. Oh.
So, one of the nicest thing about last night is the fact that I spent a lot of time showering.
Yes, I
which
was just
I am not
standing
used
there.
to.
Yeah.
I always I'm very quick. I'm a quick eater. I'm
Oh,
a quick
gosh.
butter.
I'm a slow eater and a quick buffer.
Oh, okay. But yesterday I spent more than 30 minutes
And I was
bathing.
just the shower pressure.
Ah.
Oh my goodness.
So one thing about the west, upper west is the weather is dry
very.
and it's warm. It doesn't make you sweat, but it makes you feel dry.
Especially
I don't
my
know if
throat.
you can tell.
Even me, yeah.
Yeah. So I used shea butter this morning.
Ooh,
Yeah.
and we're gonna make some shea butter. We need
Shea
to buy
butter.
if we're in the north, so we have to leave with
Oh,
shea
definitely
butter.
we will. We will.
Yes.
So, and this is the best place to buy shea butter because it's
Honestly.
originated from here.
Yes.
So we are going to have breakfast. I hope you're enjoying the video so far. Let me know in the comment section which part of this place is your favorite.
Yeah.
Has been so helpful.
Oh,
She's a pretty Nana. When you come here, look for Nana. So guys, this brings us to the end of today's vlog. I had an amazing time at the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel, and I came with my friends, so let's all share our experience. Laurie, missed you. Come around. Let's talk about our experience.
Listen.
So what do you think about the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel?
The Royal Cozy Hills Hotel is just amazing. If you are literally in the Upper West, I'm not gonna lie, this is the best place for you to be because it is cozy.
It is cozy.
From beds to swimming pools to showers to food.
Okay, let's go to the food.
The
Breakfast.
breakfast
and
was
dinner
good.
last night.
Okay, dinner was too much that I have to take it away.
Shamelessly taking away.
Seriously doing take away. You already know where there's Drew, there's food and travel.
Yeah, and
that good.
let's
Yes.
talk about
That
how
good.
spacious the place is.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
very
there's a lot of
spacious.
space. I'm sure like you can
Bathroom
have
is clean.
parties here as well.
everything.
Like over 60 people
Yeah.
can be here. Loads of rooms, and I'm sure all of them are
You
just as
can
cozy
have
as each
your
other.
destination wedding here.
Exactly, especially when you're in the Upper West. Whilst here, you also get to experience the safari as we did.
Exactly.
If you haven't
safari-
watched the YouTube video, please go back.
So go back
And go and watch
check
it.
out.
Yeah. So
It's
until
lit.
next time on my next video, I hope you're having an amazing time, just as I'm having an amazing time here. Until next time on my next YouTube video, we're gonna say it's a bye right here from the Upper West region. We are going to the next destination, and you are coming along. I love you all. Mwah. kenke, locally made.
This is
here.
local ice kenke.
Yeah.
And you put sugar?
Yes, there's sugar. But let's drink. I mean, there's no way I'll come to the north and not try a local milk. So this is ice kenke, which is 50 pesos. I'm about to try. There's lemon in it. Hey, there's lemon in it. Oh wow. So I'm about to try it. Let's see how it goes. See, so one thing about me is I have a typical African stomach. Wherever I go, I kind of have a way of adapting to any kind of food, whether there is pepper, whether it's not spicy. When I even went to Kenya, I had that experience, no spice, yet I was able to eat their food and feel fine. So this is no difference. They said there's lemon in the ice kenke. Let me try it and see how it goes. As you can tell, I just finished it. This is so good, I have to get another one. Do you all remember Nerissa and Nancy from my coming from Accra vlog? If you do, she's here with us and we are going to be trying street food in the Wa market. This is one of the popular markets in Wa. Is it the biggest?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, this is the biggest.
This part of but this area is called Fadama.
Fadama. Okay, so we are currently here at the outskirts of the market, which is called Fadama. So we are here to enter into the market and see if we can get some something to try on, some local meals, local street food, local beverages. And yeah, you always know whenever I visit somewhere new, I decide to try something new, experience what the local experience, and I'm here for it all. So yeah, if you're watching this video, I am currently in the Upper West region. Wow.
These sheep,
Yeah.
when someone gives birth to a newly born baby, they want to name the baby.
Yeah.
You can get one of these
Ships.
yes, especially the male ones for the male one for the naming ceremony. But you can also buy it for any occasion that you want, Christmas, Salah, any.
What's it made of?
It's made out of
Ah, what's this?
Puha.
Oh, what's the
I'm gonna
English name?
taste it.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure the English name. Okay, let's see it again. So if you guys know the English name, please let me know in the comment section. If you know the English name of that, let me know in the comments. But this is the beverage made out of that, and I'm about to taste it to let you know how it tastes like. So this is locally called puree, and let's see how it tastes. Okay, so this is like I don't know if you know yoi, a local fruit. Is blackberry, African blackberry. It tastes like blackberry fruit that has been diluted with water. So that's how it tastes. I don't think it tastes anything else, but it tastes like a wild fruit. It's very close to baobab too. If you guys remember, when I went to Villa Awoyo, I had baobab juice. It also tastes similar to baobab juice. So if you've had it before and you know the taste, the right taste, let me know in the comment section. But that's how it tastes like. So just when I said it tastes like baobab, she says she has confirmed that it is baobab juice. So I'm going to be trying kuli kuli for the first time.
Why not paste? I like
This is very hard. And it's like granite paste. In fact, it is granite paste that has been added. Did they add flour to it? No. Only granite paste? Yes. It's so dry. This snack is good. It's like having kati cake, but kati cake is mixed with sugar. This is raw granite paste, and this is good. It's called kuli kuli here in Wa. So you can have it with gari, with sugar, gari soakings, which is a local beverage here in Ghana. So which is nice. So now we are in the marketplace. We have to find somewhere we could eat. Here in the Upper West region, specifically wow. So yeah, until next time, I love you all. Thank you so much for watching. I am currently in the yellow, probably called tuk tuk. How do you call it in your local dialect?
Mahama Kambu.
Mahama Kambu. It's called Mahama Kambu. So if you haven't tried this, here in the Upper West, in fact in the North, you should make it a point. It's very, very cheap. Short distances are about 1 city, long distances are about 3 cities. So yeah, it is worth the experience. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. Much love from the Upper West. Mwah.
He's one of Ghana's biggest exports globally. Talk of the biggest, and I mean he is the biggest. I do not even want to start counting the number of international collaborations he has had or awards he has won so far. Let me not spill too much about our special guest for today. Let's take this quick breather. When we come back, we have a surprise for you. This is Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and this is yours truly, Elsie Lama. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick breather. You are watching Entertainment on GhanaWeb TV, and we want to give a special thanks to Marriott Hotel for giving us this venue for this particular episode. And as usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries, chicken, Coca-Cola at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. So yes, as I said in my intro, yes, we have here a special guest for today's edition of Entertainment. We have here the only Wanga General, the living to the stone to the Stonebwoy.
Oh no, we're outside.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you, man.
Nice to meet you too. How's it going? I know you're stressed with a lot of media tours here and there.
No, I'm not stressed.
Yeah.
I'm actually just working, and it's important. It's for the masses. It's for my fans. You know, we have a message for them, and with every given opportunity, I mean, I'm happy to engage with them. So.
But how are you toggling between things as a family man, as a student, with your music? How is it hard for you to toggle between those two things, like those stuff?
Yeah, life is a class. Life is a school, so we're all students of life, you know. So we have to learn by force. But actually, on a serious note, I mean, I think it's not, for me, it's not an extra, I don't know how people see it to be an extraordinary ability to be able to take care of family and to be able to double up with work, you know, and education as well. What would you be doing if not all these? What would you be doing? But I understand from where you're coming, like how it looks all, you know, cumbersome.
Yeah.
but we are managing. That's the reason why we have to plan things and pray to be able to execute the plans. So that's just how I'm managing. It's quite tough, honestly. It is, but it's supposed to be. You know.
But what was the inspiration behind you wanting to like go back to school?
I never left school because, like I began with, life it's a class basically. So it's just you're either acquiring formal education or you're educating yourself informally. So, you know, that's it.
How did you come up with the title Greedy Man? Why Greedy Man?
Greedy Man is actually, yeah, like you said, the name of my latest song. This song is not one that is going to make you, this is going to make you think. This is going to educate you and open your eyes to some realities that we are facing as Ghanaians, you know. So that's what's in the content of the song. But the title Greedy Man, it shouldn't hit you at all. We're not insulting anybody. But what inspired that title is the fact that there are men, both men and women, who we are all supposed to, you know, help curtail these things. But there are people in positions, in places, who actually know but will not. These are the people that I refer to as greedy men. And it's a greed of men, basically, you know. So it couldn't get any better.
Yeah.
You know, to give it a title that will call for attention, or you want to probe into, okay, what is he talking about? Who are the greedy men? Why is he saying greedy men? So that's the kind of title that will call you to the conversation.
So a lot of people have come up to add their voice to the Galamsey fight. To some extent, they have tried but couldn't get nowhere. Don't you think that this whole thing, people might see it as a political threat to some extent?
No, there's no political threat in whatsoever. Simply put, this is an advocacy song. When you take a critical attention, when you pay critical attention to the lyrics, you know what I'm saying. When you pay attention to the video, you know what I'm saying. I am not, I repeat, fighting against anybody who is trying to get their hustle to live life. Listen to the song, check the lyrics, get back at me on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, and let's discuss. You will now get the understanding of what I'm saying. I'm only advocating and standing for the people and pushing so that the powers that be will be able to look at the people, fend for the people, and deliver what is deserved to the people.
I know at every point in time you are being driven by a particular thing to write a song, but when it came to this very Galamsey issue, is it the case that you were traveling and you saw the waters, or you saw something? What actually was the inspiration behind it?
The thing is, I honestly do not want it to go one way like it has always gone, because that way you have already said people have fought it. I would just beg everybody who cares to know to dig into the song, and check the things that I'm talking. I'm not only talking about Galamsey, I'm actually talking about mining. I'm actually talking about the rewards that we are supposed to get, like I said already, as people. I'm actually addressing a deeper concept. For the Galamsey bit that comes in there, I'm addressing the depth, why we need employment. That's why government has launched the initiative to alleviate poverty and then improve upon the living standards of those who have been affected in those communities by such practices. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So there's a deeper thought to this song. This song is not listen to me well. This song is not a stop Galamsey kind of song. No. Do you get what I'm saying? This song is deeper than stopping it. This song is telling you what goes on. See? This song is demanding for a better living for people in those communities, and demanding for the companies, whether legal or illegal, to do the right thing. You know, for me, I'm also coming from an advocacy perspective, But trust you me, in those documents, in those deeds, and in those memoranda or whatever they sign, you know, they know what to do to salvage the situation whilst we mine the earth for our minerals, for our use. You know?
If we want to go and talk about this Galamsey menace, we'll keep going over and over again, because believe you me, our leaders know the right thing to be done. And trust me when I say that some of these people are directly, indirectly responsible for some of these things. And that's another whole conversation on its own that we would even want to
these are sensitive issues.
Yes.
But my song doesn't represent the troubles. My song actually is calling for attention onto these things, and actually is meant to push and aid, you know, people and those that are involved at top levels, at lower level, at middle levels, to be able to implement the right, not policies, the policies are there, to be able to implement the right actions, you know, to curb these things. That's what my song is standing for. Yeah, the talk is enough. Because irrespective, we need these minerals to survive.
Yeah, that's true.
So the things that are written down to salvage the situations is what I'm lauding my advocacy upon.
Yeah, that's right. Moving away from the Galamsey menace, you have been one of the people that have keenly fought for a better royalty system in Ghana. Personally, what exactly do you think that needs to be reformed in this sector?
I mean, the questions have been what I think. The reality is, what I think may matter, but it doesn't really go anywhere, because many of us have thoughts. And the truth is that they know what to do. I am not an occupant of such and such offices because they didn't also get up and occupied this position. So we should direct the questions to what is being done, how transparent is what is being done to the public, or to the users, or to the creators of such materials, which is creative materials. So we are also asking them what it could be, because the question I get a lot, which I'm very realistic about right now, is what do you think can be done? What do you think can be done? What I think is what I think. It doesn't hold water. But what the truth is and what should be done lies and sits in those piled up books and letters in those offices. So since it's a public office and we are supposed to be served, we want to also see what is being done so we can add our voices to the right ones and help to take away the wrong ones and shift the dynamics to suit and serve people for the better at all at all these levels. So that's what I think.
Moving from that, there's this question I want to ask you. Should artists be culprits of publicity stunts? Do you think artists should be culprits?
It depends on the type, because we have you can act, all these movies, and then you act them, so you can put up an act, but it depends on what act you're putting up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You cannot put up reality, and we all know it's reality, and there's a name for everything. You can call it stunt, you can call it... I'm just being very honest and being general, because I don't know where you're driving at specifically, but on a general board, whatever we do or don't do, whether we put up stunts or not, we have to and are going to be responsible for those stunts that we put on, especially publicly.
So do you think it's in the right direction?
So if you're asking if we should be corporates, that means if we should be
held responsible.
Why can't you be held responsible? Why can't you be held responsible for putting up something you did? To be responsible for your deed is definitely like, it goes hand in hand. I don't like, if I sip this drink, I'm responsible for sipping it now. So you can't detach your responsibility from stunts that you pull out there, whether legal or illegal.
People say
That's all I
because
can say.
people are artists, public figures, and all of that, to some extent, they should be spared.
Yeah, and I think realistically, to some extent, we all fall under the law. That's why there is a need for permissions. You know what I mean? If I'm going to put up a stand somewhere, because I respect the fact that we are working within a sovereign we're working within a law system, I would put out permissions and say, oh, just like we occupied this space, we didn't just walk in to come and sit here.
Yeah.
Our intent is good to film something for us, but we have had to ask permission. If all this is a stunt, at least we would have asked permission to put up the stunt.
Yeah. So what do you feel about the IGP and then his new way of doing things? He's on heat. And what do you think about that?
You said he's on heat. I'm not in his office. I don't occupy his I'm not in his office, honestly speaking. And tell you what, from where I sit, a lot of people have the right to air their feelings and air their thinkings, whatever they think. For me, I think he's just doing his work. For he's not behind anything. He's a boss sitting in an office. There are divisional commanders, right? Sometimes we have to be educated as people. There are divisional commanders to the last corporal who are supposed to do their work. So that's all I can say. People are doing the work.
Stonebwoy, your top 3 challenges so far?
I tell you what, I am used to challenges, and challenges are part of us. And challenges have to come, else we can't record progresses. You know what I mean? So this is not, fine, let me just keep it there. So basically, in this industry, there's a need for proper infrastructure. That's a challenge. 2, there's also a need for investment. That's a challenge. And 3, there's a need for a lot of education, public education, to understand what it is to have or how we can use the creative arts to develop the nation. These 3.
Okay. What inspires your songwriting?
Life and events.
Travels?
Yeah, so life and events.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you write very good lyrics. At what point in time do you feel like, okay, this is the time that I need to release this song. There's a time I need to release that song. What inspires the timing of the songs you release?
The type of song actually has inspired the timing, because that's it. You cannot plant an apple in Africa, basically. So it's like, I don't know, but I just want to try to explain how I release my song, the title, and what inspires it. It's the type of song inspires the time, and the timing inspires when to release the song. So everything is timing. So you have to actually calculate the timing because it's real. There's no coincidence in this shit. You have to be heads on and deliberate about every move.
Okay. Your dad preaches in church, to some extent, so you're also fuba. Do you have any plans of becoming a pastor someday?
No, to be a pastor is very limited.
So
to be a Stonebwoy, it gives me a lot of room to operate. So there's a pastor inside of me. The pastor inside of me is like, there's a percentage of a pastor inside of me. There's a percentage of a lawyer, there's a percentage of a lawyer, there's a percentage of everything inside of me. Because I carry a message. So.
But how do you feel when churches sing your song? Like your songs are being sung in churches by the pastors themselves.
So then you can see there's a connect. People can relate to the message. Or ideally, ultimately, I'm a messenger. So I have the authority, by divine, to be able to speak to every and any situation with melodies. So once people can relate, it doesn't matter where you consume it. You can use it in churches, you can use it in your privacy. When you're your girlfriend, you are there and you can play it,
You have a tour coming up, tell us about it.
Yo, big ups to every fan that has been, everybody who supported us, my loved ones and everybody. The tour coming up is the Angloga Junction UK tour, which was supposed to have come on a long time, but COVID, and then it's Comininis, they say. So finally, we have a date. We have venues. We've been selling tickets from time. November 21st, 25th, and 26th. We have London, Manchester, and Birmingham, respectively. You guys roll out. Let's make this a successful one. UK, this November, I'm going to be on my way. Big respect. Ghana, Africa, my fans across the globe. Make sure you guys log in. Get the tickets in my bios, on IG, on all online platforms. Let's roll out.
You have been nominated for the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, which is coming up. Creative Arts. Yes. So, want to ask your view. How do you feel about your nomination?
Yeah, add 15% shares of GhanaWeb as the result of my awards, because I will win. So when you win me, I don't need any money. Just give me shares, 15% shares inside GhanaWeb.
We'll speak to our people in the Netherlands.
As my award. I'm asking for 5. 15 is outrageous. 5% of shares, GhanaWeb, and I'll be happy to win this one.
What is your message to the voters? Yes.
Why do they have to decide? It can be biased.
No, you know.
Because if my fans are plenty than another guy's fans, they may just vote and then. So
but
you guys have to use your standards.
Category, no.
Yeah, but you see me, I'm a realist and I'm fair. So you guys have to have a standard, which I believe that I'll qualify through it all. Anyway, involving the public is a good idea, but anyhow it goes, I'm a winner.
What has been your driving force in life, and what we should expect for you in the coming years?
Yeah, man, my driving force has been, the quest to live and make an impact, in all areas of life, personally and to the public. So, yeah, man, that has been my driving force, to leave a positive legacy. Yeah.
And also, we are embarking on a road safety campaign. We are 22 years old, and then we are doing a road safety
GhanaWeb?
campaign. Yes, GhanaWeb.
Wow.
We've been doing it
years, man.
Yes.
I was only 11 when you guys started. Mad.
So, want to ask, but you have been a survivor of road accidents. We want you to share a bit of your story and also tell us what drivers to do on their roads to curb road accidents.
Drivers know what to do on the roads. It's not me who's going to tell you. Drivers know what to do. Drive safely. You have the manuals before you go to driver's license. You know that you have to go through writing exams and all of that. So please, but most importantly, let's keep our cars checked regularly, because let's keep it checked. That's how we can avoid some other gorgeous accidents as well, because when your brakes fail, when something happens technically to your car or mechanically to your car, I think that goes beyond your knowledge. You might not be able to pick it up immediately, but you can curb it, check for your tires, your brakes, your oils, your steering, all that one. Make sure there's periodic check. That's it. And keep the road safety signs. Keep the road safety procedures, as well. That's it. But in Ghana as well, we hardly have pedestrian, demarcations, and we hardly have riders as well. So, my brother and my sisters out there, we just have to use our mind to continue to be calculating, because sometimes the traffic lights don't work too, and if they do work, we don't obey them too. We are all victims. We are all part of the system. So, December is in a corner. I need all of us to be alive. Aside the many other things that take our lives, one major factor in Ghana is road accident, which I am a victim of, and I know a lot of people are suffering from that as well. Let's just take precaution, especially the drivers. You know what to do. Don't drink and drive. All these things. Don't be too confident in overspeed. All these ones, my youth. We know already. It's the implementation that's the issue. It's not what to do.
Before we move, Jah give me money.
Yeah, make food full of on my plate. Anger no go kill us, never, never. Jah give me money, poverty stay far away. Stay far away, far away. This year I go buy mansion, look fresh, more fashion. Turn up the swag with, what did I say again? Holy lyrics and everything, man, you mean?
What did you say that? What did you say that?
I'm like, what did I say again? I've forgotten that line.
Turn up the what?
Yeah, okay. what did I say? Turn up the thing with more, turn up the swag with more fashion. Something like that.
Yeah.
Go check the lyrics. You know that we write plenty songs. You know, it's like that. Your lecture said if you can, don't know what to go teach. You know, be me. I for always remember my lyrics.
Okay, we are done. Final words to your fans that we.
Yeah, man. Big respect, love, and manners, and honor to everybody who has been a part of the journey from time. Longevity is key, you know, and let us all continue to grow together. I think in Ghana, when you grow past a certain level, they're like, yeah, where we are. But I'm sorry to say, yeah, because a Jumani better. So let's continue to support our artists. Let us learn to actually, for no reason, love one another, and especially in the creative arts, because we tend to actually, you know, have a softer spot for foreigners. When I say we, I mean we are all involved. So this is my own. I love you guys so much. God bless you guys. Keep supporting the movement. The new song is Our Greedy Men, a song that speaks on a very sensitive issue. Let us all add our voices, you know, and I just want to repeat, it is not about Galamsey, it is about everything. When you take the lyrics on the first 4 lines, I was able to capture almost everything that I would talk about extensively over there. So let's keep it up. God bless you guys. One love. December is in the corner. Make sure
December, Christmas.
Save your monies for Beam concert. It's coming.
Ooh.
I want to break the ice over here. 21st of December. It's not usual. You know, come on. It's Tuesday, 21st of December. The season is hot. At the Grand Arena Conference Center. I'm breaking the ice over here so you guys can run with it. We're ready and ready. It's going to be crazy. There are international artists built on there. You know how I do the Beam concert, or how we do the Beam concert. This year is going to be elevation upon elevation. I love you guys. I go by the name Stonebwoy. You know the thing going on, more fire, yeah?
So Cheesy Pizza says, I should give this to you, to Jade Janam and CJ.
We are grateful, man. Thank you for the pizza.
So finally we have come to an end of another interesting episode of Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV. We want to give a special thanks to Marriott Hotel for giving us this venue for this particular episode. And as usual, this show is proudly brought to you by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spaghetti and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get 1 small pizza, fries, chicken, Coca-Cola at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesdays at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be a part of the Midweek Bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza. Call 0264 133 397 0264 133 397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. We hope to come your way another time. Till then, stay safe and do the right thing. We are out.
Good afternoon, Father. Thank you very much, and Happy New Year. I hope you are doing well.
Very fun.
Thank God.
coming. I'm very grateful.
We are grateful.
Honored to have you today.
Thank you also for allowing us to come.
Very, very honored. Grateful to you. So thank you. See, you're most welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. I'm grateful. We hope to have a nice conversation today. All right. Thank you. Welcome to the all-new season of The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. And what a way to kick off this season as we speak to no mean of a personality than Reverend Father Andrew Campbell, the man known as the leper's priest. He tells us a story of how he found his way to this West African country and all the beautiful stories 50 plus years here in these beautiful countries. What is the story? Do you know about all of it? We have it all right here on The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. We'll bring you all of the details right after this. We begin our story with a man who introduces himself as Dr. Joyce Aye's twin, even though they were born in opposite sides of the world.
My name is Father Andrew Patrick Joseph Nilante Campbell. I was born on the 27th of March 1946. It was a Wednesday. And just by coincidence, Reverend Dr. Joyce Aye, she was born also on the 27th of March 1946. So we see each other as twins. Except she was born at 8 o'clock in the morning and I was born at 5:30 in the evening, so she's older than me.
From far back in Ireland, Reverend Father Andrew Campbell speaks of the family he was privileged to be born into and why leaving them was the hardest decision.
I was born into a very, very happy family. I had a brother, Martin, but he died when he was a baby. I have two sisters, but one was killed in an accident just 3 months after I came to Ghana. Yesterday was her anniversary, which was 50 years anniversary of her death, and she was a year older than I. So she died on the 11th of January 1971. And then I have another sister who's younger than I, just 1 year younger than me. She's at home with our two daughters who are married also with children. So there were four of us: Martin, Margaret, Deirdre and myself, and then Mommy and Daddy. And we were the happiest family. I can honestly say that the hardest thing for me coming to Ghana was leaving my family. Leaving a happy, loving, caring family. I had a wonderful mother. I had a wonderful father, and I thank God for their great example, their love. I never saw them fight. I never saw them argue. Never. You know, if they did it in the room on their own, but not in front of us children. They never. They were always. They were in love with one another. That's how I saw it. My daddy would come home from work on a Friday. He was paid on a Friday, and he would just take out his money from his pocket and put it on the table. He says, "There's my wages. Now, what's our expenses? What's our expenses?" So they'd work out the expenses to see, how they covered this, that, and the rest. They shared everything.
He tells us an interesting story about how his parents met and how his mother ended up in the convent, albeit shortly.
My mother was a very religious person. When she finished school, she went into become a pork butcher. All our family were pork butchers, the whole family. All my aunts and my uncles, my grandfather and all of them, they were all pork butchers. And my mother, of course, became a pork butcher. So she was in a shop selling pork, And that's where she met my father. My father was living near the shop. And he must have been coming there to buy meat, and he met her. And obviously, he asked her out and they were dating one another. For how long, I don't know. I never asked my father these questions. I should have, but I didn't. But they were dating for a while. And then one day my mother said to my father, I have a feeling God is calling me to be a reverend sister. And I don't know what my reaction was from my father, but my mother actually left for the convent, the Sacred Heart Convent. And ever since that time, I've got a strong devotion to the Sacred Heart. My mother joined our congregation just for 3 months, because after 3 months her health broke down and she came out. But she was 3 months in the convent as a postulant of the Sacred Heart Confraternity. And that, for her whole life, she inspired us with devotion to the Sacred Heart. Our home was consecrated to the Sacred Heart. We had always had the red light of the Sacred Heart burning, you know, in our hallway. The big picture of the Sacred Heart. So she always gave us that devotion. The Sacred Heart will take care of you. So when she left the convent, who was there ready to meet her except my father? So they started dating again and got married. And I can honestly say, my mother was a wonderful person. She loved cooking. She baked beautiful cakes and apple tarts and, you know, also she just loved it. And she was always helping people, always assisting people, no matter what she was. She'd go to the church in the morning on our bicycle. There was always a basket on the front of our bicycle, and she would ask the neighbours, "Can I buy things for you? Anything you want down at the shops?" And she would do that. She was so caring and so loving, and always thinking of other people. My father too was also a very caring man. He did a lot of work in the Legion of Mary, and he used to visit old people every week and bring them out for parties and one thing or the other. He was also very, very caring and sharing in every way. So the two of them, my mummy and my daddy, had a wonderful family.
Tragedy, however, struck his home and took away one of his dear sisters, and 50 years on, he never forgets.
We weren't well off because nobody in our family went to secondary school except me. I was the only one who went to secondary school. My sisters didn't go to secondary. They went to primary school, and my eldest sister, she died and she was working, and it was a tragic death. She was on the back of a motorbike, and the car came and knocked her down. The boyfriend survived, he's alive, he got married again. And I don't think, I can't forget my sister. She took over when my mother died, and she cared for us in our family. She was such a loving, loving, loving person. I could even remember just there on the 11th, it was just her 50th anniversary, so I can never forget Margaret for her love and care. So that was the family I came from. And we had prayer every evening. Mommy would take the rosary beads out and say, "Right, time for rosary. Turn off the radio." We had no television in those days. No television, no telephone, no car. We were just an ordinary family. So she would take out the rosary beads and give everybody the rosary. We'd all grab a chair and kneel behind a chair, and we'd pray the rosary together, because we always said the family that prays together will stay together. You never left our house without her blessing you. She had a holy water font on the side of the door, and she blessed everybody going out. She took us to Mass every morning. Every morning she took the children to Mass, and I'll always remember that. After communion, we'd all be kneeling down, my two sisters and myself would be kneeling down, and then Mommy would come back from communion. And one thing I'll always remember about her, she kissed every one of us after communion. Now, I must have been about 4, and my eldest sister was 5, and my younger sister was 3, because we hadn't made our first communion. And Mommy would come back from communion, and she would kiss each one of us. And I wondered, why would she kiss us? Why? And it was her way of sharing Jesus with us. She received Jesus in communion. Now she wanted to share Jesus with us. And she would just kiss each one of us. It was a wonderful wonderful gesture. Even the prayers, she prepared me for my first communion, because I made my communion when I was 6 years of age. I was in primary school. So I was only 6 years of age when I made my communion. And who prepared me was my mother. Even the prayers I say today, and I'm 51 years a priest, the prayers I say after communion every day at Mass is what my mother taught me. So to me, my family were everything to me. They taught me everything, and they gave me all that love and that support.
While he had a happy home to grow in, little Andrew Campbell did not entirely have an easy life.
When I was 13, things weren't easy at home. I mean, I remember times going to school with big holes in my shoes, and I couldn't afford a new pair of shoes. And we'd stick a piece of cardboard in them, and I'd go to school with cardboard in my shoes. Or I'd have a patch in my trousers. We couldn't afford a new pair of trousers. Things were difficult. It wasn't easy for my mommy and my daddy. As I say, nobody went to secondary school. I was 13 when I finished primary school. And that's when my father says, Andrew says, we cannot afford to send you to secondary school. It'll cost £10 a year. We haven't got it. Go and work. So at the age of 13, I went to work in a wholesale grocer's on the back of a truck. And I did that for 1 year. We worked for a Jew man. It was very strict. 8 o'clock in the morning you start work. I'd go to Mass at 7:30, then come to work at 8 o'clock. And you work from 8 to 6 every day for 30 shillings a week. And I bring that money home to my daddy and say, Daddy, here's my money. Every week we got paid on a Friday, I gave it to Daddy, here's my money. And he gave me 2 and 6 pocket money out of that. And that went on for 1 year. And then the second year, I was promoted at the age of 14. I was promoted to the shop. And I was behind the counter. And there I was responsible for all the big sales of chocolate, big chocolate boxes, chocolate, cheese, cigarettes. All of these, I was in charge of that at the age of 14. But I still wasn't happy.
Like an inner voice constantly thumping through his heart, he grew up feeling unhappy and sensing that there was something missing in his life that he needed to resolve.
Something was calling me and said, look, this is not for you. It's not for you. So at the age of 15, I applied to the Divine Word to the junior seminary over in England, and I wanted to be a priest. And I always felt that calling, that God is calling me to be a priest. When I was in primary school, I used to read these magazines, you know, on missionaries going out to various countries in Africa and Philippines and different countries. And I always had that feeling, God is calling me to share the gospel with others. And that's where it started, that's when the seed was sown in primary school. So when I was working for those 2 years, I wasn't happy. I said, this is not for me, you know. And I applied and I got entrance into the junior seminary over in England. And I was there, I did my O-levels, I did 3 years, I was over there. I did it, prepared for my coming to the major seminary. So at the age of 18, then that's when I applied for the major seminary. But every holiday I worked. I worked supermarkets, sweeping floors, putting food on shelves. I worked in a big clothing factory where they take pieces of clothing, you know, from various factories, and you sort them out. This is nylon, this is polyester, this is cotton. I worked in a big shop, you know, huge, big packages of old cloth and the rest. I worked in various places, you know, during the holidays because I had to work. I had to think of the next term. What's happening the next term? I need money for the next term. So we never did extra classes at home, never. You always went to work, whether it was a long vacation or whether it was Christmas time, it didn't matter. You went to work to bring money in. And I worked, but I remember when It was 1964. I worked in a supermarket in Dublin, and I was sweeping floors, and I was putting food on shelves. And that's when I applied to join the major seminary to go along to be a Divine Word missionary, to start my education and my training as a Divine Word missionary, and I've become a novice.
Becoming too clear by this time that he might just miss his opportunity to go to the seminary, all that was left for the young Andrew was a miracle. And a miracle did he get.
I was working in the shop, downstairs in the storeroom, and sweeping and cleaning and the rest. And I had to get a long list of clothing and others to go to the seminary. And I said, what am I going to do? I don't have any rich grandfather. I don't have any auntie or uncle that can give me money. I don't have that. I don't have anybody. I had to buy shoes, suit, shirts, underwear, all of these. But I managed. One or two people gave me, here's a pair of new shoes for you, here's some socks for you, such and such. So they helped me out. But I was left with black cassocks, 3 black cassocks. I said, what am I going to do? I don't have the money. Mommy and Daddy didn't have the money. My grandparents were all dead. So what do I do? So I said, Lord, you want me to be a priest? Please, you help me. And that's when a letter came in to the postman, bought a letter, put it into the letterbox. And then there was a letter. Dear Mr. Campbell, this was August 1964. Dear Mr. Campbell, please accept this gift. It was a £10 note, exactly what I needed to buy my 3 cassocks. Please accept this little gift as a gift from me and my children. I pray you'll be a holy priest and a good priest. Pray for me and my children. Signed, Donor. Who the donor is, I don't know. I don't know. You're going back to 1964. 64. Nobody ever, I don't know anybody in my family would have a £10 note. Nobody. And I said, who is it? I guess I have to wait till I go up there before I find out who it was to be able to say thank you. But whoever it was, I'm most grateful that he went out of the way. And £10 was a lot of money in those days. So with that £10, I went and bought my 3 black cassocks, got ready for the seminary, and on the 8th of September 1964, I said goodbye to my family. I says, now I'm off to the major seminary. And I spent 2 years in novitiate in the west of Ireland.
His journey to becoming a fully fledged priest had taken flight, and the next major thing for him after his training was his journey to this West African country, Ghana. How he got here is an interesting story, and he shares it with many smiles.
At the end of 2 years, you took the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. And during those 2 years, it was quite strict, quite strict. We talked for the first time of the day at 10 minutes to 11 in the morning. And you talked for 10 minutes. And then all meals were silenced, except tea. Tea was 15 minutes you could talk, and then it was silence. We had a lot of silence, time of prayer, time of conferences. Every day we had football. I was on the football field every day. Whether it was raining or snowing, whatever it was, there were a group of us who were always on cross-country running. I used to do cross-country running. All these things we did. And that was for the 2 years that I trained to be a novice and prepare for my first vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. In our second year, we started philosophy. So we started philosophy, and then the second year, novitiate, and the third year I was there, I did the second year of philosophy. And then I went to Dublin, to the major, it's a very big major seminary in Dublin called Maynooth. And there were hundreds and hundreds of clerical students have been trained there for the priesthood. So I went there for 4 years and did my theology and got my degree from the seminary. And every long vacation, you had a choice. You could go and work wherever you wanted to work. No, we didn't do pastorals. So the first year I went to work as a welder, and a welder in a big factory in London. The second year I said, no, I want to work in a hospital. So I applied for a hospital in Liverpool. And I went to Liverpool and I worked as an auxiliary male nurse. I had my uniform, you know, a nice uniform with trousers, all white. So everybody thought I was a nurse. I hadn't got a clue about nursing. I didn't know. But we did our best. And I worked in the medical ward. I worked in the urological ward. I didn't even know what the word urological meant when he said, Mr. Campbell, you're going to the urological. The what? The urological ward, I remember that. And even I got to know some of the people very well there. They were so good, so good. And then the third year, I went and also went back to the same hospital, and I worked there in the outpatients department and the emergency. It was right beside the docks, the Liverpool docks, and people coming in with all sorts of injuries. Some of it was awful. And then the fourth year, I was ordained a priest. And I was ordained a priest on the 20th of December, 1970. There were 3 of us in Accra. There were 15 in the class, and there were 3 of us. We were only 24 years of age, and that's young. You don't get ordained until you're at least 25. So my superiors had to write to Rome and get permission for us to be ordained at the age of 24. We were ordained at the age of 24. And of the 3 of us, 1 is gone to heaven, and 1 is back in Ireland, and I'm here. The rest, we scattered all over. Some went to India, some went to Kenya, some went to South America. But the 15th scattered. And that's, I miss my class, because I have no classmates to talk to. No classmates to talk to, unless I go home to Ireland, there's 1 or 2 there. And then I came to Ghana.
An Irishman in the hot climates of Ghana. Tough as it was, he explains how the love from the people of Osu got him grounded.
I left Liverpool on the 1st of October, and I took the Elder Dempster line, the Oriole, the boat. I took that boat on the 1st of October, 1971. The reason why I came to Ghana, when I applied to the Divine Word Missionaries, I wanted to come to Africa. And with the Divine Word Missionary Congregation, Ghana was the only country they were working in. Now we're working in many, many, many countries in Africa, many countries. But at that time, it was the only country. That's why I applied for Ghana. And you're given a choice. You know, you're told, give three choices, first, second, and third. I got my first choice, which was Ghana. And I came with another priest. 2 of us came on the boat. On the high seas, we came on the boat 13 days on the high seas, right through the Bay of Biscay. So we came to Ghana and arrived on the 13th of October, 1971. But the priest that came with me, after 3 or 4 months, he said, no. He said, this life is not for me. So he left. He left and went back to London and became parish priest in London. He did very well there, and I stayed here. And just at that particular time, I got a telegram stating that my sister was killed in a motorbike accident. And that had an awful, bad, you know, it was devastating. It was devastating. So I went back to Ireland, but I missed the funeral. The funeral was in the morning, I arrived in the evening. And that had a devastating, it took a long time for me to get over this. So that's how I came to Ghana. And they were the beginning, the early days here in Ghana. It wasn't easy settling down to the climate. Ireland is cool climate, you know, the rain during the summer is nice summer, but it's never hot like in Ghana. Never hot. And It's a different, Ghana is a different climate completely. The food, I mean, I never heard of fufu before. I never heard of banku. I never heard of, all of these. I never heard of those before. So I had to get used to all of the food, the climate, the people. And it was difficult at the beginning, I must say. I didn't find it easy. And I was assigned to St. Peter's, Osu, for a few months. And when I was assigned, I didn't want to stay in Ghana. I wanted to go back to Ireland. Because I said, no, I'm not happy here. I'm not happy. I knew nobody. And I wasn't happy. My sister had just died. And I was trying to settle down and I couldn't. So I applied to go back to Ireland. And it was hard, But when I went to St. Peter's in Osu, and I took over, the priest there had died, Father Feeney, the Togolese priest, he had died, and I took over the parish there. I loved it. The people, they were so good to me. They won me over. And because of them, I stayed, and I thank God that because of them I'm here today. So I'm very, very grateful to the people in Osu for being so kind and looking after me during those early days. They don't know what they were doing because it was such a happy community and a loving community, and they won my heart over, and that's why I stayed in Ghana.
The death of his father was a hard one for him, but he says at least he was proud of something in that moment. His wishes were met.
Then I was my father died in 1976. I was called home to Dublin, and my father had cancer. My father used to smoke, something I hate. He smoked, and it was too late. He got cancer of the lung. And I was with him right to the very, very, very end. I was with Daddy. He was such a wonderful man, such a wonderful man. He gave me all the encouragement. And the strange thing about my father, he always supported me going away to be a priest. I was the only boy in the family. My little brother died when he was a baby, so I was the only son in the family. And the two of us were always together. We'd go on holidays together, we'd go cycling together. We used to work in the garden together. We used to do all these things together. Sunday we'd cycle over to see Grandma, and then in the afternoon we'd go to a football match. But we were always together. Dad was a wonderful person. So when he was dying, I stayed with him right to the very end. So on the 27th of June, it was the only day he spent in bed. The only day and I called the doctor, and the doctor says, there's nothing we can do. Nothing we can do. So he asked me, he said, Andrew, there's a crucifix behind me over my bed. Take that crucifix and put it in front of me here, which I did. And I still have that crucifix beside me in my own bed here. So take that crucifix and put it, right in front of me. And I went for evening mass in the church, parish church, came back and said, Daddy, what do you want? Oh, just a bit of bread and a cup of milk. So I brought it to him. When I came back afterwards, then he went into a coma. And he died in my arms. And it was a wonderful experience in the sense that earlier on, some months beforehand, I was upset one day, very upset. And I went to see the matron of the hospital which Daddy was admitted to. And I said to the matron, Matron, my father's dying of cancer. And I said, when I was a seminarian, I've seen people die of cancer. I said, I'm scared. What should I do? He's the next room to me. So I was in one room, Daddy the next, and my sister and husband in the next room. I said, what happens if during the night he takes bad? What do I do? I don't know what to do. And I was really worried. And the matron said to me, Father, look it, you don't worry. God will take care. God will take care. And here was a nursing sister telling a priest, God will take care. she was giving me counsel. Oh, I'll never forget that. Then I went to the church. I said, God, okay, you win. You win. I argued with her. I said, you've taken my brother. You've taken my mother. You've taken my sister. Now you want to take my father. Why? Why? So I argued with him and argued with him. In the end, I said, oh, God, you win. You win. It was hard. It was hard. And I said, God, I want two requests from you. Number one, that when Daddy is dying, I want to be with him. Number two, he has no pain. I've seen patients die of cancer in pain. And I wanted to be with my father when he died. That 27th of June, 6 o'clock in the evening, when Daddy took bad, I was with him. He died at 7. There was nobody else with him. I was on my own with him. He had no pain. He just went into a coma and gradually went off quietly, quietly. And it was beautiful death, as if I'd taken him to heaven, as if I'd gone there and come back. And I must say this, Richard, since that experience, I have never been afraid of death. You know, it taught me something, there's something, life after death, there's something special there. And as if there was that happy feeling, you know, that Daddy's gone to a place where there's no cancer, where there's no pain, there's no hospital, there's no suffering. And I felt happy for him. And I sat there with him, holding in my arms. There was no crying. I just said, Daddy, you've gone to where you were made for. And I held him in my arms. And then the neighbors came in and started crying, then I left him. But I always remember that. That was at 1976. I came back to Ghana.
It is that time of the year where the country prepares for just a single game. Accra has the Volk and Asante Kotoko are going to clash in the Ghana Premier League outstanding March Day 7th game. Who wins the bragging rights and the 3 maximum points at the Accra Sports Stadium on Sunday, February 20th? Let me hear from you in the comment section. But first, I am going to the Carnation markets to interact with football fans. House of Folk and Asante Kotoko fans are there waiting for me to speak to them. But first, let me hear from you in the comment section. My name is Joel Eshen. Follow me as I get some interesting predictions. And then, of course, they are going to brag about their team on this show. This is the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Arrows, arrows, arrows. Be quiet and don't be silly. We are the famous House of Folk. We never say that.
All right, so we are the famous. All right, so we are the famous Accra House of Folk. It is the super clash on GhanaWeb. Accra House of Folk will be taking on Asante Kotoko on Sunday at the Accra Sports Stadium for the Ghana Premier League Super Clash. Who wins the day? We are at our favorite place in Accommodation Market where we did the last Super Clash. But the last time, these gentlemen won the bragging right as Daniel Efriye Banye scored the only goal for Hearts of Oak to win the Super Clash. We are here again to get their predictions ahead of the Super Clash. Let me start from here. Remember, GhanaWeb TV. So.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Yabaha last year, June, Mukasa has ebe winning. Has a winning. Sisi Ayasan Babio has any kotoko enable ekohe.
You see, Asanti Kotoko, the Omuni Mama Mumba. Yabema Fufua say was Santi Maimo Pam or Moncasa or Man who say, has Yajina and Nisu. Yabe show mu, Amo Man who say, last year the area of Munu, Yabe repeatable. Omuntina or Sulemutari or Bema passes in the year. Yabe show mu 1 penny edible pong.
Obesho mu 1 penny.
Yabe show mu 1 edible pong.
Oh, okay. My member has any kotoko enable has modern bono performance run sada any throw. Sunday game no. Of them no also.
And the vim no was super.
Also,
Kotoko ombe chani ni omuna. Sulemutari or 1 goal.
Oh, 1 goal. It also prediction 1-0.
No, any 1-0.
1-0 prediction 2-1. 2-1. Okay. Also my member. The point gap between has any Kotoko Sisian 12 points. And other has any Kotoko on them. Almost has another leg in there. Almost the Kwanesa. We need to say this year.
Yeah, no league in the air.
Montpellier.
Second Beshe, no more fan league there on the Mugoda. Yeah, there's some women away. There's the league number.
Most some number the league number.
Saturday,
Sanamo,
some women away. And near the league number.
And this a movie in Prano Angelic now.
Fire, the best show Kotoko. Open away, no more fan league.
Yamu plan some best. Okay, my member also. Who knows Montpellier? The Amopani says season and Koye, but the Mopani say, Samosa Kotoko and Angelica. I'm with them.
I'm funny now. Drink second of question over and I was at the league. Yes, I league there. I don't
12.2.
Oh, no problem there. The next form of I will see 3 up or draw 1. I will see 3 up or draw 1. And then next year we will now.
Okay, my name is Samu. Accra House of Folk. Omo team ni nyina, omo asha 15 goals. Asante Kotoko, omo strikers too. Frank Etuga and George Mbella. Omo Infege, omo so asha 15 goals. Omo the size 2 strikers no and eba Accra. Ekwan ben and our person Samboedu. First one now stop it some ranting.
Oh, me me person me kasa bebre, but me bomb by the House of Folk. Omoba hani de be show mu tune no amasa ko.
O me show mu tune.
Yeah, be show mu tune pe.
Okay. Manipa o wona me di wuye. Won so edan e na wo catch has fans are. Omo show winner ahead of Sunday game no.
Oh, me Damian say, we bomb by say winning. Yes, winning. Because winning
all right, so you heard what these phobians have to say ahead of the big game on Sunday. They are hoping that they will beat Asante Kotoko at the Accra Sports Stadium. To this man, even if they win the game and they lose the league trophy, he will be happy. But the others, they want to beat Kotoko and close the gap and probably win the Ghana Premier League at the end of the season. It's the Super Clash on GhanaWeb. Let us hear what you think in the comment section. But we go to other fans and speak to those at the other side from Kumasi. They are coming with George Infege and then Frank Etuga. Let's see how it goes at the Accra Sports Stadium. Now we have the fabulous fans here. They are leading the Ghana Premier League table. It is 12 points between them and their rivals Asante Kotoko ahead of the big game on Sunday. Frank Etuga and George Mbella, they scored 15 goals. Accra House of Folk team, they've also scored 15 goals. So let me find out from their fans how confident they are ahead of this game. Me mo kwa about GhanaWeb TV so.
Oh, yes, you are my kwa ba sa. Well, yeah. To me, I have a kasa. I want more site so.
Now, big game no so was Sunday house for no akabebre. Almost say some kwa no mo league now. Makuma beto mo yem. Mo support of fans e be na mo kan ahead of game we are.
We say wa Accra ye won nuanum ba ko. Omo ne Accra Grace Olympics. And to ma kire kwan so aye be fa. Ye de be share house. We say last 2 weeks ago. Exactly Sunday 2 weeks ago. Olympics show me 1 day. Actually 3 points in the free almost. And you know Olympics. You nim say Sunday omo tie chi. And to ma kire kwan so ye be fa. Aye de be show. Almost matches between Accra and Kotoko. It doesn't matters form. So yeah, this time, you say it matters form. So far as I have 2 Cameroonian strikers, no, almost 15 goals. Accra so I have 15 goals. Obudi Agura say Akuma Bambwa. You have 2 boys, no. I represent Kumasa and Kotoko. Coming Sunday, I will preach. Only 2 players against 11 players.
Only 2 players against 11
players. Because statistics. Excellent. And the winning match. You can use the winning match and the US India. You can get beyond the welcome. They be Uncle Colombian New Boy. So I Dr. Prosper. Dr. Prosper.
Yeah.
I don't know coach. And I'm a person Ghanaian behind himself. Ibrahim Dalad on share Kotoko just I will lose against Accra.
Pablo
from GDL.
Okay.
Sunday.
Mami say unyano ne dem also so and then I will catch Kotoko for mo show nyina. Yeah, catch Kotoko so mo nya abotre mo come to mo yem. Match where they are winning clear. Problem be ani wo. Easy. This as I catch ladies ni we Paris Mawina ladies. What you say? As I can say, oh, I want to know Moti. Mawina ladies will be out so much. Coco, more Musule Mutario. Titi Sule Mutari, yes, but ball way here. Different. Oh, different. Oh, 2 nails, 2-0. And it's one no bomb so between my. Oh, one betting my special Cameroon 2 players. Okay, answer na many way back as I go support Liberty Professionals. One has and can come I didn't know bomb against. Has and I'm has soon a relegation. And I'm has Olympic Liberty relegation. It is a say, yeah, Takoto poetry. Yatrom Quenson before Asha has. It has Kotokobesha has 2 nails. 2 nails. Yes, you can no Olympics in here support 2 Kotoko. Into my money Olympics. Yes, support 2 Kotoko. No Musha has 2 nails. Sule Mutari Obeko injury. Sule Mutari Obeko. Obisa Samuaja. Obitri Liberty. Oko Lagos City. One TV Sule Obeko. One betri Liberty Obeko. Okay, Akao. Mitsubishi Sule. Obeko, when Sudi Sule. Obeko. Okay, it's Mame pa ombrem. Unamu bienono. Omedi kan akasa say mo so mo 2-0. Won se den na oka. Sa pepe 2-0 ne be show mo. 2-0. Ha so munya 1 goal kra. Omo share mo last year o. Omo share last year, so this year nya this year. This year dey ya kra hu this year. Last year. No wole o, nya se dey. Won sa ye Cameroon striker no. Mbella be shego. Na Lamte su be shego amaye. Eti for Sunday there onu anya go. Na kula Sulemu Otina Sulemu taro be she ongo. Obe she ongo. Fabulous. All right, so you heard what the Fabulous fans. Okay,
and I'm saying lack of Richmond Lamte.
Yes.
Any Sharif Mohammed. Any Budasiu Salif. Any Justice Plea Abaka midfield, you know. You bet you be fabulous.
All right, so you have the fabulous fans ahead of the big game on Sunday at the Accra Sports Stadium. Protocol, they will be traveling here and they will be playing Accra House of Folk. Where do you think the game will go between the two biggest clubs in the history of Ghana football? Our mothers, they've also joined the argument for the super clash. The men have spoken. Some of them are going for Accra House of Folk. Others also support Asante Kotoko. But let me engage our mothers to also find out their prediction ahead of the super clash. So Sunday has any Kotoko ever, but
ask Kotoko, ask Yewo Kotoko. Go! Walk by one woman.
Yeah, so has almost 7 Kotoko and a first. So has a winner, not just a leg in there. To me, and the prediction Ben, I would demand has supporting the house press no much. Then I will
ask the press to me catch your Musamu Yiram or Muhu. Nasesia, the Omama team will call down. And don't raise up, nothing will be so be a say 30 Kotoko, the best show.
Obia, some Ukraine,
Obia, or Ghana, team will be a say. Kotoko, the idea of Musia, best show. Go!
All right, so you heard what they had to say. Even every team in the Ghana Premier League is going to beat them. House of Folk must definitely win the game against Asante Kotoko come Sunday at the Accra Sports Stadium.
Arrows, arrows, arrows. We quiet and down the city. We are the famous House of Folk. We never say that.
All right, so we're back here on the Super Clash coverage live from GhanaWeb. Today we are at our favorite place in Carnation Market to interact with football fans, Accra House of Folk and Asante Kotoko. But we'll start with the Porcupine here. About GhanaWeb TV. So it is our House of Folk fans, they've surrounded you. How do you feel in the midst of Accra House of Folk fans?
Oh, as a football fan, you have to be confident. To me, the game win for Kotoko.
Win for Kotoko.
3-1. That's my scoreline. No matter how.
No matter what happens, you are winning the game by 3-1.
That's all.
But is it possible for Kotoko to win Accra House of Folk here in Accra?
Whether home or away. Whether home or away.
Allow them to win us and go. No.
Whether home or away. This season, the league is for Kotoko. Whether home or away, the league is for Kotoko this season. No matter how.
Okay.
No matter how.
Okay. So
after the match,
we will send the Osunu to Kumasi today.
Okay.
Asante Kotoko on Sunday. They will go to Kumasi by no points.
By no points.
By no points.
Okay, so now the points gap between Kotoko and Haas is 12 points.
Exactly.
Ahead of this game. How do you wish to close the gap in your bid to win the trophy?
We're taking our 3 points from them so that we close the gap little by little, step by step. Okay. That's what we're going to do.
Now
so
the point
it's a max for Accra.
It's a must win.
Straight. No doubt about it. No doubt. Although currently they are on top of the league.
They are on top of the league.
But that doesn't mean they are going to take the league.
Okay.
Almost about 10 to 12 to 14 matches remaining.
Okay.
So even we are going to win the match. That's a must.
Okay. My name is Awonso. In Fergie, any Etuga, Kotoko strikers, almost 15 goals. I suppose team now so 15. A point ben so now person some oboedu fa na stop it some rant away.
Oh, yeah, the yan is Omo win na my keke. Ya pa say am falling na ya pese ya show.
Say so one falling now so Kotoko.
Defending champion.
What I have to tell them is that
defending champion.
What I have to tell them is
that ya tinasi yeah sure omo owo yen ni yeah sure omo keke omo ndi agro wo yeah be fire there be fire there
okay maminje also we predict in game no e be ko say na ma
prediction ni there obianu say has be win when say Kotoko ni has there ade no sesi abeto yefu emri bi na e da omo so a omo hihye ye see I better you. Yes, show more. There are league. Yes, show more. League. Who say has? Yes, show more last season.
Last year.
Yes, show more. Moral bubu. Obia show more. Sana ebe show more. This week you so. Yes, show more. Pe na ya close to gap by 9. Well, see our moral bubu. Obia super show more. Then see you winning. Then they are league.
Okay, so what are you telling?
Okay, what I have to tell them. What I have to tell them is that beginning of the season, I told them that the house fans, I told them that we're going to take the league 20 points different. You see this game is coming, but we are leading by 12 points. We are going to make it 15. At the end of the league, it's going to be 20 points different. Whether rain or sunshine, they should mark it today. After the league, I'll come and ask Aziz Costa is here. I'll ask this man here. I'll ask this man, and I'm going to bet them. As the richest club in Ghana, you have to be confident because we are the richest club in Ghana. We have everything. We have everything this season to take the league. We have everything to take the league. I'm telling them. They know me. They know me. If I say something,
so he claims that Kotoko, they are the richest club in Ghana, and they are going to win the league by opening a 20 points gap between them and Accra House of Folk. And currently, it's 12 points separating the two sides. So he believes that they are going to open it to 15 come Sunday in the Super Clash against the Phobians.
There is no way. There is no way. There is no way. Say Kotoko, the ass go play ball way. Kotoko go please score ass. That one, there is no way. Impossible. I tell you, impossible. There is no way.
Osiana, solo no afile solo, afile solo, afile solo, Osiana, solo no.
So we are ending this week's debate here at Carnation Market. I have the Kotoko fan here. This one supports Accra House of Folk. They are the home team as far as this big game is concerned. We've already spoken to a lot of people, but let's wrap it up with these two fans. GhanaWeb TV. Sunday, Muni Kotoko and Ebo. Points gap are between Kotoko and House. 12. Kotoko peso mu biemu ekwa 15. O has fan no Sunday game no hu ni say.
Oh, Sunday the Damian has be Kotoko.
Has be Kotoko.
3-1.
Kotoko form no enya easy o.
Oh, and then form Kotoko ni has the form count to cry.
Enya form game o.
Debi. Has be Kotoko 3-1.
Has be Kotoko 3-1.
File Muntali. Gas na waku. File Bane 3-1.
It mama bisa we has almost last 4 games. Omasha 1 goal pe. Inti emo ne Kotoko bebo ya mo se mo be se omo miensen. Wan mo na ebe se sa goals no.
Sule Muntali be se first goal.
Muntali be se the first goal.
Last Awaku. Free Bane.
Any free Bane. All right, I say a free Bane and a best goal. Last year game my boy no Bane and a share goal. Mama fa a team of the moment me for Musu Embrum. Sisia Kotoko and that first 12 points and a way be between on any has. Sunday game no who is saying.
Oh, Sunday game no there Kotoko ya tinete. Oh ya tinete no. Ya yoma we kura. Let a man for Sule Muntali. Oh I go why am re. Koto je mu nyina go. Ada no ball shot back one or to from. Muntali dey had obetimi ayehwe. Timo bia valani into Muntali so. Kotoko ya twimako. Ura visa striker back ada no ball.
Omo mienu meka omo asem. Sankofo mienu no. Enfege ene Tuga. Omo ase 15 goals. Has team ni nyina so ase 15.
Wow. Kotoko player mienu pe ase 15 goals.
Yes.
Has team ni nyina ase 15 goals.
Yes.
Na na o kan ko sisen. Ya be gu has edikura. Yambo Sunday. Ya na to omotakura.
Into chema 409 Ishimalado mo de share mo no.
Yeah, sure mo bi afiwe. Me say yeah sure mo bi. Am tie songo. So ka jam say has for to aduro mo yese ya condemn aduro bia. Ya say aduro bia ka dem. Ya bo physical. team ni no shia they be who's who na Sunday.
But on Sunday we are going to see the big game between these two teams. Who wins? House of Folk are hoping to close the gap between Asante Kotoko, while the Porcupines are hoping to extend the lead so that they can be comfortable on the Ghana Premier League table. You can also let me hear from you in the comment section ahead of the big game. Who wins? House of Folk or Asante Kotoko on Sunday? Live commentary and live update on GhanaWeb. My name is Joel Eshen, reporting for GhanaWeb.
What they saw during the training in AFCON, I believe they saw something good. They brought 3 goalkeepers, and Olele will not be that, excuse me to say, stupid to say, you know, Ata is better than Wallacott. And in matches like this, you need the big guns. It's not Matramakwe kind of this thing. You need players who they've done it, they've been there, done that. When you're afraid of something, is what it brings you down. I believe there is do in football. I believe there is do in football.
The census night is the reference period. But for Ghana Living Standard Survey, it is not done with a specific timeline. It depends on when the interviewer to your doorstep. So it is possible in Greater Accra, it will be done in, say, June. But going to my region, Bono, it will be done in, say, September. And the situations may differ. That is why I answered the question earlier by saying that in interpreting figures on employment, you will have to be able to put them in a context before you can do comparison. Otherwise, the interpretation may not be right. I also indicated to you that COVID had effect on employment, and I'll be the last person to say that COVID did not affect work. It did, and quite a number of persons lost their jobs. Potential job seekers could not also get jobs because of COVID. But that does not mean that the door is closed. We will need to do a trend analysis to be able to establish whether or not indeed the situation is worsening before we can make a conclusion.
Yes, Mr. Adams. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I want to find out from the Minister. Census has a reference point that all questions get related to. So in the case of census done by Ghana Statistical Services, it doesn't relate to you do at this area this month and you have to go and do another area in another month. Therefore, their data is very, very credible and very reliable because of shifting of jobs, even if there is any. That data is suggesting 2.4% of youthful age that should be employed is unemployed, and therefore the unemployment situation is worsening. The Minister, are you agreeing or disagreeing with this report from Ghana Statistical Service, which has a reference point for their survey? Thank you.
Yes. Kofi, oh sorry, Honorable. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry for identifying my honorable colleague as Kofi, but he's a friend. So I am not contesting it, but I'm just giving the general advice as to how we should interpret the figures. You see, when you are doing something with a reference point, it's just like taking a snapshot as of that time. So, for instance, immediately after bed, if I should take a snap of you, it will not certainly be the same after you have taken a meal. the snap of you after a meal will perhaps show a protruded stomach, unlike the other one. That explains the point I'm trying to make, that yes, it depends on when that snapshot was taken. If indeed it was taken, especially in my area, for instance, the major activity there is farming. So if the snapshot on employment was taken within farming period, you will notice that virtually every young person who will be engaged. But then if that same snapshot was taken off farming season, most of the youth will be reported as not what? They will not be active then. So it's just a question I'm giving for our own interpretation. It is not about doubting the figures provided by Ghana Statistical Service. Thank you.
Now you're here. You did not appear to ask your own question. No. Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the answers the Minister has given, will the Minister consider having a Ghanaian definition and a Ghanaian matrix for unemployment?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my respected colleague has been joining me for International Labour Conference, and he knows how we report there. There's nothing like a Ghanaian contest when we get there. It is purely international. But I agree with him on the issue of us picking that which suits our condition, and that's why what I answered earlier when he was not here. I indicated that for planning purposes, I would prefer us using the relaxed definition, which includes everybody. Because if we sound too technical by going by the ILO strict definition, we will only be laughing at only one side of our mouth. Because indeed, whether the person is looking for work or not, if the person is not working, he is not working. And therefore, for policy purposes, if we are planning, we will need to take all such persons into consideration. It is for that reason why since 2010, Ghana has deviated from using the strict definition of ILO into the relaxed definition of ILO, which takes our local situation into consideration.
Very well. Thank you for attending upon the House to answer the questions. You're discharged, Honourable. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Attorney General is in now, and if he can now respond to the agent question on page 3.
Very well. We'll return to the item 5 then. Agent question, Honourable Attorney General. Yes. The urgent question is in the name of the Honourable Member for Buem. Kofi Adams, CD, you may ask the questions now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Attorney General and Minister for Justice the status of the draft constitutional instrument for the creation of a constituency for Central Kofi, Akpafu, Lolobi, and Likwe traditional area. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Speaker, my answer to the question will entail an address of the background to the situation that we find ourselves in. And I think that will better assist the court assist the House, in appreciating the circumstances surrounding the enactment of the constitutional instrument. As we can proceed. Until the enactment of the Representation of the People Parliamentary Constituencies Instrument 2020, CI 128, for electoral purposes of Central Kofi, Akpafu, Likpe, and Lolobi, described as SAR for short, were part of the Hohoe constituency. Administratively, these areas were also in the Volta region. On 15 February 2019, by constitutional instrument number 112, the boundaries of the Volta region were altered after due recourse to the mandatory procedures stipulated in Article 5 of the Constitution, resulting in the creation of the Oti region. The traditional areas of Central Kofi, Akpafu, Likpe, and Lolobi ceased to be part of the Volta region as we included the territories considered by law into the Oti region. The formation of the new Oti region had a further consequence that even though administratively Hohoe district remained in the Volta region, part of the Hohoe constituency, specifically the SAL areas, had become a part of the Oti region by dint of CI 112. In point of fact, the SAL areas were placed under the Jasikan district in the Oti region. A clear constitutional violation was imminent. The Speaker, is because Article 47 Clause 2 of the Constitution provides that, and I quote, no constituency shall fall within more than one region, end of quote. This situation necessitated the enactment of a new constitutional instrument to alter the boundaries of the Hohoe constituency, as the continued placement of SAR within the Hohoe constituency was going to be a flagrant violation of Article 47 Clause 2. The Supreme Court on 24 June 2020, in suit number J6/01/2020, entitled Valentine Edem Jase versus Henry Ametefe, the chairman of Hohoe constituency of the NDC, the secretary of Hohoe constituency, NDC, Professor Margaret Kweku, the regional electoral officer, Ho, as well as the municipal electoral officer, Hohoe, underscored the necessity for the SAR areas to cease to be a part of the Hohoe constituency in the Volta region, and for a new constituency to be created for them. The court stated, and I quote a very small part of the judgment, that what this means is that whenever regional boundaries are changed in a manner that affects existing constituencies, the constituency boundaries have to be amended to align with the new regional boundaries. For the reasons explained above, we hold that as things stand now, CI 95 is inconsistent with Article 47 Clause 2 of the Constitution, to the extent that the traditional areas of Central Kofi, Akpafu, Likpe, and Lolobi, which fall within the Oti region, are stated to be part of the Hohoe constituency, which is in the Volta region. And to the extent of that inconsistency, CI 95 is unconstitutional, end of quote. With the benefit of this clear decision of the Supreme Court, the Electoral Commission set out to align or realign the boundaries of the Hohoe constituency and to place the SAR areas within the constituency in the Oti region. Mr. Speaker, a new constitutional instrument, CI 128, was enacted. This CI placed the SAR areas within the Buem constituency, which is the Honourable Member's constituency, with its headquarters being Jasikan in the Oti region. This situation should not have created any problem at all, and should have ensured a due exercise by the people of SAR of their right to participate in the parliamentary election in the Buem constituency in the December 2020 elections. The Speaker, the genesis of the problem was in November 2020, when this Honourable House allowed the Local Government Grand District Assembly Establishment Instrument 2020, LI 2416, for the creation of the Grand District, which had been laid before Parliament on Tuesday, 6 October 2020, to come into effect. On Monday, 9 November 2020, less than a month before the December 2020 elections, LI 2416 came into force after having satisfied the constitutional prerequisite for 21 sitting days. It is pertinent to note that the areas carved into the Grand District by LI 2416 were hitherto part of the Jasikan District. Consequent on the enactment of LI 2416, the 4 traditional areas of SAR were placed under the new Grand District and ceased to be part of the Jasikan District. This development necessarily required the Electoral Commission to create a new constituency once again for the SAR areas, called the Grand Constituency, as the Commission took the view that to allow for them to remain within the Grand Constituency would unleash another constitutional anomaly of having the Member of Parliament for Buem being a member of both the Jasikan and Grand District Assemblies at the same time. The Speaker, a constituency necessarily must fall within the area of authority of a district assembly, and a Member of Parliament is required to be a member of one district assembly and no more. Indeed, that is the construction placed on Article 242, Paragraph B of the Constitution. Effort by the Electoral Commission to address the anomaly. The Electoral Commission, in its quest to ensure a due exercise of the franchise by the people of SAR, proceeded to take steps to create a constituency for the areas forming part of the newly created Guan district by amending the Representation of the People Parliamentary Constituencies Regulations 2020 CI 128, as well as the district electoral areas designation of units Regulations 2019 CI 119. Copies of the draft constitutional instruments were submitted to the Office of Attorney General by correspondence dated 13 November 2020. Subsequently, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, by a letter dated 18 November 2020, forwarded the draft representation of the People Parliamentary Constituencies Amendment Instrument 2020 and comments thereon to the Electoral Commission for their consideration. The Attorney General particularly drew the attention of the Electoral Commission to the limited time frame for the dissolution of the next right, having regard to Clause 7 of Article 11 of the Constitution, which requires 21 sitting days for the draft instrument to come into force after being so late in Parliament. On 26 November 2020, by a letter dated 23 November 2020, the Electoral Commission requested the Attorney General to finalize the draft constitutional instrument. Further to the receipt of the correspondence, the Office of the Attorney General finalized work on the draft constitutional instrument and forwarded same to the Electoral Commission under cover of correspondence dated 30 November 2020. The Office further advised the Electoral Commission to, in line with parliamentary procedure, engage a parliamentary committee on subsidiary legislation to consider the draft instrument before the instrument is laid in Parliament. Indeed, as the Office of the Attorney General apprehended and had cautioned in its letter of 18 November 2020, processes leading to its creation, that the creation of the Guan constituency could not materialize since Parliament went on recess for the December 2020 elections on 9 November 2020, the same day that the LI creating the Guan district came into force, implying that the constitutional instrument for the creation of the Guan constituency could not be laid before Parliament. The record shows that Parliament resumed only on Monday, 14 December 2020, a week after the 2020 elections. In order to prevent a palpable constitutional crisis to be occasioned if the residents of the Guan district, i.e. the SAR areas, voted for a member of Parliament for the Boem constituency, which is part of the Jaskan district, on the eve of the 7th December general elections, the Electoral Commission directed the residents of the Guan district to the presidential and not the parliamentary election. When Parliament resumed sitting on 14 December 2020, the Electoral Commission could not lay the amendments to CI 128 for want of the mandatory 21 sitting days for same to come into force before the dissolution of the 7th Parliament on the midnight of Wednesday, 6 January 2021. The Electoral Commission, therefore was compelled to wait for the 8th Parliament to be sworn in on 7 January 2021 before the CI to amend CI 128 could be laid before Parliament. In 2021, the Electoral Commission started the processes for the creation of a new Guan constituency. The Commission held a consultative meeting with stakeholders in the new Guan district for proposed name and headquarters of the new constituency. The stakeholders unanimously agreed on a constituency name, Guan constituency, with the headquarters being Likpe Mate. A constitutional instrument to amend CI 128 has been drafted and submitted to the Office of the Attorney General for review. The reviewed constitutional instrument will be laid before Parliament in accordance with Clause 7 of Article 11 before same comes into force. Mr. Speaker, the way forward. Presently, even if the constitutional instrument is laid before Parliament and same comes into force in accordance with Clause 7 of Article 11, the reality is that the creation of a new Guan constituency consisting of the SAR areas shall only come into effect upon the next dissolution of Parliament, i.e. 6 January 2025. This is the effect of Article 47, Clause 6 of the Constitution. Alternatively, if it is desired that the creation comes into force, the way to achieve representation of the SAR people in Parliament, in this term of Parliament, is to do two things. The first is to revoke LI 2416, establishing the Guan district, which would imply that the residents of SAR will remain under the Boem district. The second step is to annul the 2020 parliamentary election organized for the Boem constituency, to allow residents of the 4 SAR communities qualified to vote under Article 42 of the Constitution to exercise their rights to elect a member of parliament to represent them. Since CI 128, used for the conduct of the 2020 parliamentary elections, is the SAR areas under Boem constituency. A placement of the SAR areas under the Boem district and an annulment of the Boem parliamentary election in order to allow the residents of SAR to vote for a member of parliament in the Boem constituency would eliminate the risk of a violation of Article 242, paragraph B. It is observed that there is currently pending in the High Court, a suit challenging the validity of the election of Mr. Kofi Adams as Member of Parliament for the Boem constituency on account of a denial of the right to vote of the SAR people in December 2020 Boem parliamentary election. The suit is numbered CP-CRP/E/1/2021 and entitled in the matter of parliamentary election for the Boem constituency and the matter of a petition by Stephen Bempong and 12 others versus Mr. Kofi Adams and the Electoral Commission. The Speaker, the reliefs being sought in that action include an order of the court cancelling the parliamentary election in the Boem constituency and further orders directed the Electoral Commission to organize fresh elections in the Boem constituency, inclusive of the 13 electoral areas in the traditional areas of Santo Kofi, Akpafu, Lolobi, and Lipe. An adjudication of that suit will be instructive in the determination of whether the people of SAR should be allowed to vote for a member of parliament in the Boem constituency or not. Mr. Speaker, this is the respectful answer to the question.
Yes, Honorable Member for Boem.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Justice and Attorney General what advice the ministry gave to the Electoral Commission in relation to the creation of the district, the approval same by this House, and i.e. the Boem and the 2020 general elections.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Speaker, especially the advice given by the Office of Attorney General, as I have indicated already, the Office advised the Electoral Commission that having regard to a limited time frame for the passage of CI, the proposed CI to amend CI 128, it was not advisable for the constitutional instruments to be laid before Parliament. And indeed, the apprehension of the Attorney General, as I indicated, came to pass because Parliament rose on 9th November 2020 and resumed sitting on 14th December 2020 after the election. So, having regard to a time frame from 9th November 2020 to 7th December 2020, it was definitely impossible for an achievement of the 21 sitting days before the CI to amend CI 128 could have come into force. Mr. Speaker, that is the answer that we give.
Mr. Speaker, I asked because of his second opinion as to what would happen, the cancellation of the LI that established the district, and therefore a reversal to an election of the whole. So if the district doesn't exist. But I want to find out from the Minister for Justice and Attorney General whether the further delay in concluding the draft CI for the creation of a constituency for the Guan district, which he himself admitted in his answer that some work has happened. The 4 traditional areas have agreed to the name of the constituency. They have agreed to the capital of the constituency. The further delay in bringing the CI to this House is not creating more problems for all of us, including the Minister responsible for Justice and Attorney General.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, no delay has been occasioned, and I do not think that a delay in laying the CI before this Honorable House will occasion any further delay. This is because, as I indicated by dint of Article 47, Clause 6, any constituency when created comes into effect only upon the next resolution of Parliament. So Article 47, especially, is in these terms, just for the avoidance of doubt. Where the boundaries, Article 47, Clause 6, where the boundaries of a constituency established under this article are altered as a result of a review, the alteration shall come into effect upon the next dissolution of Parliament. It implies that even if the CI is laid before this Honourable House today, and same comes into force after 21 sitting days of Parliament, the Guam constituency can only come into effect after 6 January 2025, and elections can be held for the Guam constituency only on 7 December 2024. And Mr. Speaker, I think it is also important to note that, yes, if there is an immediate need for a recognition of the rights of the SAR areas to elect their member of parliament, I think the solution will just be simple, just to annul the election of the member of parliament for Buem constituency. And when that is done, we can hold fresh elections. So the solution is not just an annulment or a revocation of the LI. It must be coupled with an annulment of the Buem election or Buem parliamentary election. Thank you very much.
Yes. Speaker, if that is the solution to the problem, that is very much welcome so, and therefore the district, I know it's not, the district that the government he advised created will have to be annulled because a lot of things were not done in good time. The minister, like he narrated in his answer, the CI that created OT regime, CI 112, came into force in 2019. So government was very much aware that the SAL areas have been taken off from Hokwe and have been added to OT region. So the necessary preparation and promises for a creation of a district should have started immediately. The learned Attorney General will agree that the long delay by government in acting same is what has resulted in all these problems. I'll ask my question. I want to find out from the minister. He said no delay has been occasioned because the creation of the constituency will come into force only after the 2024 elections, and that means 7th January 2025. But still, the people are agitating, and that explains why the Electoral Commission have had to engage them earlier. I want to find out from you, how many more days or man hours or manpower does the Attorney General needs to conclude on the draft CI before him, so the Electoral Commission together can forward it to this House?
Yes, Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully have to correct the point made by my good friend, Mr. Kofi Adams. The CI did not come into force in 2019. CI 128 came into force in August 2020. The specific date is the 11th August 2020. That is when CI 128 came into force. Secondly, the Speaker, it cannot be entirely correct that, yes, the Speaker, so consequent on that, CI 128 was enacted to give effect to the creation of OT region and to place certain constituencies hitherto in the Volta region under constituencies in the OT region. The Speaker, as I indicated, it cannot be entirely correct that it is the government which is responsible for the situation that the South people find themselves in. I would with all respect say that it is this Honourable House. It is this Honourable House because the CI was laid before the LI 2416 was laid before this Honourable House. This Honourable House watched for it to pass, and indeed this Honourable House had the power under Article 11 Clause 7 of the Constitution to annul the CI, the LI, if they don't want it to come to force. So this Honourable House participated in the creation of the Guam district. Article 11 Clause 7, particularly paragraph C, is quite instructive. It says, any other rule or regulation made by a person or authority under a power conferred by this Constitution or any other law shall come into force at the expiration of 21 sitting days after being so late, unless Parliament, before the expiration of the 21 days, annuls the order, rule or regulation by the vote of no less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware of any efforts made by Parliament to annul LI 2416, which created the Grand District. This House watched for LI 2416 to pass, and I think that the House must, with all respect and all humility, bear full responsibility for the creation of the Grand District. If the House had revoked the instruments which created the Grand District, we would not have found ourselves in this situation. I believe I've answered your question.
Very well. Yes. No, you are done. Here's the film of course you want to ask.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, with all due respect, it cannot be correct. With all due respect to the Attorney General, it cannot be correct that in the contemplation of the framers of the Constitution as contained in Article 47, Clause 6, which is to the effect that where the boundaries of a constituency established under this article are altered as a result of a review, the alteration shall come into effect upon the next dissolution of Parliament. To reason that the scenario created...
You have the whole world outside to make your argument. Now ask him a question.
Yes,
please.
yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm laying a foundation to ask my question.
You're giving a foundation. Kindly ask the
yes,
question.
He's spoken a lot. He's spoken a lot. Yes.
Kindly ask the question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the question.
Please, I'm waiting.
It cannot be correct that in the contemplation of the framers of the Constitution, the scenario in SAR. No. Let me make my point. He sits here and says that we should annul an election. Is he a court? That the situation in SAR.
I will take away the opportunity if you don't ask the question.
Mr. Speaker, I am guided to say that the scenario at SAR or within SAR falls within the meaning in 47(6), because anytime the boundaries of a constituency are varied, the persons affected would have fallen into an existing constituency and would have participated in the forthcoming election. The persons in SAR who have been denied didn't fall within any constituency. So how do I apply 47(6) to their situation and advise the Electoral Commission accordingly? That's my question.
Honorable, yes.
Yes, Speaker, with respect, Article 47 is the only provision or the only article in the Constitution governing the creation and alteration of the boundaries of a constituency. My good friend has not pointed me to any provision at all which supports the proposition that he seeks to make, that if the Guam constituency comes, or if the CI creating the Guam constituency comes into force, then the Guam member of Parliament elected can take his seat in this honorable house today. The Speaker, there is no authority at all for that proposition. And indeed, the point is that whenever the boundaries of any constituency are altered, it comes into force in accordance with Article 47, Clause 6, upon the next dissolution of Parliament. I still maintain that view. If my learned friend is opposed to the view, I believe that the Supreme Court, with all respect, is there, and we can seek interpretation.
Yes, leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Honorable Attorney Minister for Justice. Mr. Speaker, if I listen carefully, he said, even if the constituency is created, constitutionally, they will only take part, it will come to force after the 2024 elections. So, Speaker, we are not asking of only representation, we are asking for rights and entitlement as well. And so, Speaker, you and I know the people of SAR, Lolobi, and Lipe do not currently belong to any constituency in the country. And because of that, they have no right to the MP share of the District Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, they have no right to the MP share of the National Health Insurance Fund. Mr. Speaker, they have no right to the MP share of the Ghana Educational Trust Fund. And Mr. Speaker, fourthly, they have no right to the MP share of the social intervention. Mr. Speaker, the question is, my constituency benefit, the Honorable Abi, your constituency benefit. Mr. Speaker, how will the people of Sa, Lolobi, and Lipe benefit from this, their constitutional right, which all the 275 constituencies are benefiting from? How will they benefit from this before 2025?
Honorable Attorney General, are you keen on answering this question?
The Speaker, with all respect, I will attempt. The Speaker, the point is that, as I indicated, CI 128, used for the conduct of the 2020 elections, has duly placed the SAL areas within the Poem constituency. The Speaker, even on account of the constitutional anomaly, whose creation indicated was a result of this Honorable House approving the passage of LI 2416, the SAR areas cannot vote. I clearly consider it to be a huge infraction on the part of a huge infraction that has been handed down to people. As Speaker, I take the view, and indeed I have expressed this view on numerous occasions. I expressed it in the case identified in the Supreme Court involving an honorable member of this House, Mr. Amewu, that indeed the way to go, as I maintain, is to annul the Boem election. Unfortunately, there is pending in the High Court a suit challenging the validity of the election of, and that suit, when determined, will clearly determine whether the position that I hold, that the Boem election should be annulled, is correct or not. And I think that we should actually ensure that the High Court speedily determines that suit, so that the SAL areas can exercise their franchise to elect a member of parliament who I think should be the member of parliament for Boem. Whether it's Mr. Kofi Adams at the next election or not, I'm not sure of. Thank you very much.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in an earlier answer to your question, the minister alluded to the fact that just around November 9th, there was an instrument that was ready to be laid by the Electoral Commission in this House to enable this new constituency to be created. But unfortunately, because of Parliament recess, that couldn't be done. What has prevented this same instrument from being laid all this while up to now 2022?
Yes.
Speaker, the answer is contained in my original answer, that when Parliament resumed sitting on 14 December 2020, there was still a lack of 21 sitting days before the next resolution of Parliament, which occurred on 6th January, midnight of 6th January 2020. Midnight of 6th January 2021, I'm sorry. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Member will reckon from 14 December up to 6th January 2021, there wasn't 21 sitting days, and that's why the instrument could not be laid. And I've indicated that now, as the instrument is ready, even if it is laid before the House, it can only come into force, the case of the constituency can only come into effect upon the next resolution of Parliament. But I think that the easier way is for the Boem election to be annulled, and then we can organize another election to include the staff areas. Thank you very much.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the Minister is very much aware from his own answer that he has provided that because of the correspondence between his office and the Attorney General's office and that delayed the possible laying of the instrument. Now he's talking about January 2021. To date, we have gone more than 14 months, and yet the instrument has still not been laid. Will he take blame for not placing the instrument before the House for at least one of the challenges that confront SAL to be overcome, instead of still leaving it hanging without even an instrument creating the constituency?
The Speaker, I think that the Honourable Member, with all respect, did not pay due attention to the statement that I read. And it is indicate clearly that if you look at the material dates, at all the times that the Attorney General was involved in the draft of the CI, Parliament was not even sitting at all. Indeed, the letter to the Office of Attorney General reached our office on 13 November 2020. Parliament was not in session. And then the Office of Attorney General replied promptly and presented its first draft. Another letter dated 18th November 2020. Parliament was still not in session. Then EC got back to the Office of Attorney General again on 26th November 2020. Parliament was still not in session. So by the time Parliament resumed, that is 14th December 2020, the draft constitutional instrument was ready. And it could not be late, as I indicated, because between 14th December and 6th January, 2021, 21 sitting days could not be achieved. It's as simple as that. I am saying that, though, the Electoral Commission conducted stakeholder engagement before and then presented a draft to us. We have also worked on a draft and sent it to them. And I make the point that even if the constitutional instrument is laid before the House, it comes into force only for next for Parliament.
Honourable Minister, is the draft with you or with the Electoral Commission?
The Speaker, it is back to the Electoral Commission.
Yes. The Speaker, there's also another impression the Minister is creating. The Speaker, with the greatest respect, I was in this House when we created additional constituencies, and we needed to realign a number of constituencies to create the additional 45 constituencies. It didn't lead to the cancellation or annulment of any existing constituencies. Those boundaries were redemarcated to take effect in the next election. Why is he creating the impression that the only way is to now annul Buem and probably redo the election of Buem, when it can be done concurrently whilst the MP is still here, like we've always done when we realign our constituencies from 230 to 275. Each time we did that, we had to annul the existing constituency boundaries to create new ones without necessarily closing or, getting the MPs re-elected. Why is he creating the impression now that the only way to do the realignment is to call for another election in Buem?
Yes. The Speaker, with all respect, the answer is quite simple. Because the two scenarios you created are different. They are different in the sense that whenever this Honourable House gives effect to the enactment of a constitutional instrument to realign the boundaries of the region, all the areas within the newly created constituencies would already be represented. They would already be represented by a member of Parliament of an existing constituency. In this situation, you find SAR not having been accorded the right to elect a member of Parliament in any constituency at all. It is not in doubt that the member of Parliament for Buem does not represent the SAR areas, even though the SAR areas have been placed under the Speaker, so the spaces are different. And I make the point that, indeed, the reason why we may have to annul the Buem constituency election is to ensure that the SAR areas are given the right of representation now. Apart from that, there's no law which actually places Buem within the constituency. It is only CI 128 which places SAR, it's only CI 128 which places SAR within the Buem constituency. There's no other law which places SAR within the constituency at all. So the way to go, if indeed we want to achieve representation of the SAR people in this Parliament, or in the lifetime of this Parliament, this 8th Parliament, is to ensure that the proper areas that had been allocated, the proper constituency that they had been allocated, would have a proper election. And that proper election can only take place by including the SAR people in the parliamentary election, election. With all respect.
Yes, the Speaker, the current instrument for Buem, I heard the Minister says, currently included the SAR, except that the Electoral Commission move ahead to say that they shouldn't vote in the parliamentary but vote in the presidential. So we are talking about the same thing, meaning that so far as we are concerned, the instrument is concerned, they are in Buem. It's only that Electoral Commission gave them an information that they shouldn't vote parliamentary should only vote presidential. So how does it say that the situation of existing constituency being redemarcated and this one are different? Because so far as we are concerned, the only law that we currently have as a country puts in Buem, which has not been amended. So you cannot say that to redemarcate them out of Buem will require an alignment to annul the Buem constituency and go for whether a by-election or an election. Because it's similar. Because so far as the instrument we currently have is concerned, they are in Buem. Unless the ministers, I didn't hear your answer to a question earlier, right?
Mr. Speaker, with all respect, and indeed he's right, he did not hear my answer very well. It had earlier stated clearly here that it will involve 2 steps. And the 2 steps is because now the SAR areas are within another district, one district. And therefore, no constituency, now they are not represented. Otherwise, Mr. Kofi Adams will not ask this question. Mr. Speaker, and the point is that if indeed there's just an annulment of Buem election for the election to take place and for the member of parliament for Buem to represent the SAR areas, it will still create the constitutional anomaly of having a member of parliament to represent 2 districts at the same time. And I'm saying that within within the terms of Article 242, paragraph B, it is an anomaly. And for that matter, there must be 2 steps. The first step will be to revoke LI 2416, creating the Guan district. Second step, the election of a member of parliament conducted in December 2020 for the Buem constituency, and for everybody, including the SAR areas, to participate in that election. SAR does not fall within Hopeway at all. Hopeway had electoral areas not including SAR, carved out clearly by CR 128. So the controversy about Hopeway was non-existent at all, with all respect.
Yes. My very last question is to the minister. When should this house expect the instrument to be laid to enable us jump at least the first leg of the problem?
Yes. The Electoral Commission, as I indicated, has a concerned instrument, and indeed will collaborate with them to ensure that it is duly brought before this Honourable House. But if the Honourable Minority Chief Whip is actually desirous of ensuring representation of the SAR people in this Parliament, then the solution is as simple as I indicated. Take the 2 steps, and it will culminate in an annulment of the election. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister what is the best way for the good people of SAR to be represented in the 8th Parliament.
Leader, he has mentioned that on so many occasions. I think so. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for attending upon the House to answer the question. You're discharged. That brings us, when I come to leadership, I don't go back. That is not the practice. That is not the practice. Once you come to leadership, you don't go back. Please. Yes.
That brings us to the now we can move to, with your leave, Mr. Speaker, if we can vary the order of business and jump item 7 and come to 8, presentation of papers on page 28. Yes, the Speaker has discharged. Item number 45. Page 28, item number 45.
Wait, presentation of papers. There are item 8, but where is the page 28?
Mr. Speaker, at the commencement of public business, 8, presentation of papers, yes. page 28, item 45, motion.
Yes, the Honourable Minister has been discharged from answering questions. So you may kindly, Honourable Attorney General, you may leave that seat and come back. Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader, Deputy Whip, I'm awaiting your guidance. Are you referring to item 45, motion? So we are not dealing with presentation of papers. Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip is applying that we move to item 45. Move a motion. Are you?
Speaker, we are ready.
Very well. Item 45. Motion by the Attorney General.
Speaker, thank you very much. We can beg to move that this Honorable House reads for a second time the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill. The Speaker, honorable members, the purpose of the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2021 is to amend the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act 1960 at 30 to provide for plea bargaining in the administration of criminal justice. Plea bargaining is one of the evolving best practices in national and international criminal justice systems. Plea bargaining is a process in the criminal justice system where an accused person relinquishes the right to go to full trial in exchange for some other benefit. Such benefits may include a reduction of the offense charge to a lesser offense or withdrawal of the sum of the charges against the accused person. While plea bargaining may result in withdrawal of charges entirely in exchange for a promise to assist in the prosecution of others, most plea bargaining proceedings end in a conviction either for one or more of the offences charged or for a lesser offence for which the accused could have been convicted at the trial. Some form of plea bargaining already exists in our criminal jurisprudence. Subsections 2 and 3 of Section 239 of Act 30, for example, provide for some limited plea bargaining in respect of indictable offences, while Section 35 of the Courts Act 1993 at 459 provides for plea bargaining in respect of offences which result in economic loss, harm, or damage to the state or an agency of the state. The Speaker, the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act 1960 at 30, which came into force in 1961, has been in existence for 6 decades. As society changes and criminal jurisprudence evolves, there is a need to amend Act 30 to meet the demands of the society and to bring it in tune with international best practices. The benefits of plea bargaining include a reduction in the caseload of the courts and prosecutors, saving the state time and money by avoiding long and protracted trials, the congestion of the prisons due to reduced sentencing, aiding the reform of accused persons, and the satisfaction of victims of offences through compensation and restitution in addition to the punishment of the accused. The object of the bill, therefore, is to amend the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act 1960 at 30 to specifically recognize plea bargaining to be applicable to all offences except the offences of treason and high treason. The bill also excludes from plea bargaining the offences of rape, defilement, genocide, robbery, kidnapping, murder, attempted murder, abduction, piracy, hijacking, and an offence related to public relations. The exclusion of treason and high treason from plea bargaining is in consonance with Clause 3 of Article 140 of the 1992 Constitution, which prevents the court from convicting a person being tried for treason or high treason for any offence other than treason or high treason. In respect of all other cases, the discretion is given to the prosecutor and the supervision of the Attorney General to decide whether, having regard to the circumstances of the case, it is just and fair to plea bargain. The court is also given the power to supervise plea bargain agreements by rejecting agreements that do not meet the ends of justice. In this way, prosecutors and judges are able to consider each case on its own merit. So, Speaker, in order to prevent abuse of the plea bargaining process, the Attorney General is employed under the bill to authorize a prosecutor or class of prosecutors to conduct plea bargaining. Further, a prosecutor who is not an officer of the Office of the Attorney General is not to conclude plea bargaining agreements without the consent of the Attorney General. These administrative checks and balances are meant to safeguard against abuses. Under check, against the abuse of the plea bargaining process under the bill is a requirement that the prosecutor explains the processes and the rights of the accused person to the accused person at the commencement of the plea negotiations, as most accused persons are usually not represented by counsel. To ensure that accused persons make an informed decision in plea bargaining and in accordance with the decision of the Supreme Court in the case of Republic versus Eugene Bafuboni and others, unreported, dated 7 June 2018. The bill requires prosecutors to make disclosures before plea agreements are concluded. The Speaker, under the bill, either party may withdraw from the agreement at any time before the agreement is accepted by the court, and the accused person may further withdraw even after the acceptance but before sentencing. Since a judgment arising from a plea agreement constitutes a compromise judgment, the bill restricts the right of appeal against such judgment. However, a judgment arising from a plea agreement may be set aside on grounds of fraud, misrepresentation, or breach of the rules of natural justice. To ensure the integrity of the process and ensure that the parties negotiate frankly and fairly, the bill prevents a prosecutor from using statements made by the accused in plea bargaining agreement for any other purpose. However, the plea agreement may be used when applying to set aside the judgment or when trying the accused person for perjury if the accused person commits the offense of perjury in the process of plea bargaining. Finally, the bill empowers the Rules of Court Committee to make further rules to regulate the procedure for plea bargaining in accordance with Clause 2 of Article 157 of the Constitution. The Attorney General is also empowered under the bill to issue guidelines for the administration of plea bargaining, especially for the guidance of prosecutors. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the House, it is my expectation that the House will assist in attaining the objectives of the bill by facilitating its passage. Thank you very much.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to support the motion ably moved by the learned Attorney General. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I present, Mr. Speakers, your report of the committee to the House.
Mr. Speaker, because the learned Attorney General had already
canvassed on the principles of the bill, I would touch on few parts of the report and then conclude on the report. And I pray that the Hansard Department would capture the report in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, our observations as a committee are not different from what the learned Attorney General had already told the House. We were convinced during the consideration stage that the bill, if passed into law, would actually decongest our prisons and will give confidence also to people that are to go through prosecutions and whatnot. It came out that through this, we may even get people who would actually agree with the prosecution to actually unravel a lot of criminal offenses, especially organized crime. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that these are few clauses from A to Q, but on Q, the committee had, there were a lot of thoughts, whereas some thought that the exceptions had already been stated by the learned Attorney General and includes treason, high treason, robbery, defilement, genocide, kidnapping, murder, attempted murder, abduction, piracy, hijacking, and offenses relating to public elections. Some of the committee members thought that if we are doing a bill and doing an act that will cover
which is actually promoting plea bargain, it must be on all offenses. So that if it is murder, we must actually do plea bargain, especially because the parties, inclusive of the Attorney General, in the bill it is stated that unless the Attorney General gives a consent, nobody could actually agree on a plea bargain. And then the accused person would be involved. And then we would also have to draw the judges, and the judge has the right to say that I am objecting on this ground that you have gone contrary to the law. So some members were of the view that it must be on all criminal cases. Others also were of the view.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, with great respect, our rules are very clear. The chair is to present the committee's report. He's discussing the report. Yours is to present the report. You can pick sections to read, because you are presenting the committee's report. But you are now virtually debating the committee's report. So it's very difficult to follow. So we'll be grateful if he presents the report. After the debate and he wants to come with some additional comment, he can always be obliged by the Speaker to do that. But currently, he's not presenting the report, he's discussing the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I seek your leave to read part of the report, Mr. Speaker? What I'm saying now is the content of the report, and I'll read from page 8, the last paragraph. Application of the plea bargaining. Clause 162K of the bill provides for offences which are exempted from plea bargaining, and it includes treason, high treason, rape, defilement, genocide, robbery, kidnapping, murder, attempted murder, abduction, piracy, hijacking, and offences related to public elections. The Attorney General explains that the exemptions are necessary to avoid the possibility of abuse of discretionary power by the Attorney General in the authorization of offences for plea bargaining. He argued that the Attorney General may exercise this discretionary power in a way which may not be in the interest of justice and the larger society. Some members of the committee were, however, of the view that with the exception of treason and high treason, which have constitutional barriers, reference to Article 3, and 19(2) of the Constitution, all offences should qualify for plea bargaining. Members argued that the Attorney General is already granted the power of nolle prosequi under Section 54 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act to discontinue any criminal case he deems fit. Besides, Clause 162B of the bill empowers the Attorney General as sole party to authorize all plea bargaining cases before commencement or conclusion of the plea bargaining agreement. In addition, Clause 162H of the bill provides another layer for the court to reject the plea agreement when the court finds that the plea agreement entered into has no factual basis. Further, the prosecutor is mandated under Clause 162E, 1V, and VI to take the interests of the community and interests of justice into consideration as part of the plea agreement process. Now, the conclusion, Speaker. The committee finds the bill as a crucial legislative measure towards the reformation agenda of Ghana's justice delivery system. The bill, when passed into law, has the potential to contribute immensely to the efforts of decongesting Ghana's prisons, reduce caseloads on the courts and prosecutors, and save the state time and other resources by avoiding long and protracted trials. The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt this report and pass the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2021 into law in accordance with Article 106 of the 1992 Constitution, subject to the amendments proposed by the committee attached as Appendix A. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, honorable ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the second reading of the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill 2021, otherwise popularly referred to as the Plea Bargaining Bill. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill under reference is to amend the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act 1960, Act 30, to provide for plea bargaining. Mr. Speaker, the national and international criminal justice system have undergone several changes. Mr. Speaker, the national and international criminal justice system have undergone several changes after coming into force of Act 30 over 60 years ago. Mr. Speaker, law, they say, is a communicative action. Law is an instrument of social engineering. Law must be in aid of development. And law is very dynamic and must adjust to changes in society. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason that the introduction of the plea bargaining fully into our criminal jurisprudence is very important. And I believe strongly, if the bill is passed into law, this country will derive a lot of benefits from the plea bargaining. Mr. Speaker, what then is the plea bargaining? Plea bargaining is a process in a criminal justice system where an accused person relinquishes his right to go through a protracted trial, to have the obligation placed squarely on the prosecution to be discharged up to a standard of beyond reasonable doubt, to plead guilty to the charge for some other benefits. Mr. Speaker, what then are the benefits of a plea bargaining to the accused person and to the victim of the crime? Mr. Speaker, a plea bargaining can lead to a reduction in the offense charge or a withdrawal of some offenses against the accused person. It can also lead to a reduction in the sentence supposed to be given to the accused person. It goes a long way to give some benefit to the victim of the crime by way of allowing compensation to be paid to victims of a crime. Mr. Speaker, a plea bargaining would reduce the workload of the courts in criminal matters as well as the workload on the prosecution. Because once the person has taken advantage of the plea bargaining and has pleaded guilty, if the plea bargaining is accepted by the court, there will virtually be no need to go through a protracted trial in establishing the guilt of the accused person beyond reasonable doubt. Mr. Speaker, in view of this advantage, a plea bargaining is practiced both in civil and common law jurisdictions. So Ghana, being a common law jurisdiction, there is the need to also be up to the international standard in practicing a plea bargaining. Mr. Speaker, the provisions of the bill give some exceptions in clause 162Q of the bill. And Mr. Speaker, the exception given by the bill at the committee level generated a lot of debates. And I believe these debates will have to be taken into consideration in doing clause-by-clause consideration of the bill. The Speaker, the argument is that the plea bargaining can only be authorized by the Attorney General of the state. And constitutionally in Article 88, the Attorney General is vested with the power to prosecute all criminal cases
on behalf of the Republic. And the Attorney General, in Section 54 of the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Act, has the power of nolli prosequi. And the power of nolli prosequi, if entered by the Attorney General, cannot be questioned. And there is no limit to the exercise of this power of nolli prosequi. Now, once the Attorney General is going to authorize the plea bargaining, why should we give exception and exempt certain offences from the plea bargaining? We, however, agree to the fact that if the punishment for the offense charge is death, then it must not go through a plea bargaining. Because in those punishments, if the accused person pleads guilty to the charge, the court will definitely make sure the accused is defended by a lawyer, and it is taken through the procedure in establishing the guilt of the accused person, though the accused has pleaded guilty. That is already our jurisprudence. So if you exempt offenses that the end result will end up in death punishment, we agree perfectly to that. But for other offenses where we go through a summary trial, you cannot say that those offenses should be exempted from a plea bargaining.
Honorable member, just a legal exercise. Are the consequences the same? Nolli prosequi and plea bargaining. If it's a nolli prosequi, it's the Attorney General who is deciding that I will not continue. Yes. He can still come back anytime.
Yes.
But if it's a plea bargain, then you are admitting that you're guilty.
Yes.
So are there no difference?
Mr. Speaker, that is why we are saying that just like the Attorney General having the discretion to enter a nolli prosequi, he has a discretion to authorize a plea bargaining or not to authorize the plea bargaining. So if it is an offense that the Attorney General deem it fit not to authorize the plea bargaining, is at the discretion of the Attorney General, just as the nolli prosequi, irrespective of the discretion lies in the Attorney General. And this bill is giving the discretion to the Attorney General. So the argument that a corrupt Attorney General will abuse the plea bargaining gives me much interest as how a lecture in metaphysics will give to a newborn baby. Because if the Attorney General can abuse the plea bargaining, then equally that corrupt Attorney General can also abuse the nolli prosequi power given under Section 54, the Criminal and Other Offences Act. Mr. Speaker, for this reason, we need to look at the exception critically and then determine whether the benefit associated with the plea bargaining for those offenses, they should be denied. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons for the plea bargaining is that it allows the prosecution to get one of the accused person to assist the prosecution in getting other offenders. So for an offense involving a lot of people, if for those offenses the prosecution cannot use one person through the plea bargaining process in order to get to the other offenders, then, Mr. Speaker, what are we doing? An offense for hijacking, for instance, it may involve a lot of people, and it's difficult establishing it against the accused person. But if the prosecution can be successful in grounding conviction for all those who are involved, using one of them through the plea bargaining process, we are achieving a significant gain rather than closing the door completely of the plea bargaining. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the offenses involving defilement. For instance, defilement may involve male and a female below the age of 15 years, for instance. So if there is no element of a plea bargaining, that is really a difficulty, because you have to subject those minors through a criminal process. Mr. Speaker, the plea bargaining itself is good, but the exceptions that are being provided by the law
is not very good, subject to offenses that the punishment for those offenses will be death, where automatically, whether you feel guilty or not, you have to go through the plea bargaining. Mr. Speaker, one advantage of the plea bargaining is that the fact that you pleaded guilty and then you go through the plea bargaining process does not mean that you are even going to be punished below the minimum sentence prescribed by law. It's just a mitigating factor. Now, this law gives the judge the discretion to say that based on the terms of the plea bargaining agreement, the court is not accepting the plea bargaining agreement. So there are a lot of control measures on the plea bargaining. The judge is there, the Attorney General is also there. The victim of the crime may be consulted in the plea bargaining, the prosecution, as well as the accused person. So we are not in favor of all the exceptions being created under the law. And I believe strongly when we come to the clause-by-clause consideration, we will revert to this particular agreement and carry the House along in agreeing that for a lot of exceptions provided here, it is needless. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support the motion and I urge the House to adopt the committee's report and then pass the bill into law so that we can derive the benefit associated with it in line with the international practice. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Abuakwasa, yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I think a lot has been said about the amendment to our laws on criminality and punishment. And I wouldn't want to be monotonous in trying to say what has already been said. But I am very happy and elated for one simple reason, that the laws which have governed punishment and then sentencing and the rest of them, I mean, have been in our law books for a long time. 60 years down the line, what other jurisdictions have changed, we are about to change. And that is a very, very welcoming news. That half the time, even the victim of a crime would have been happier receiving some monetary reward than sentencing somebody in imprisonment, and then the state will find sufficient money to keep the man comfortable. So, to a reasonable extent, if you go the antiquated way, it's a waste of money. You didn't appease the victim. Nevertheless, a little money in the kitty is what we are going to use to feed the man in prison. So, other jurisdictions have improved upon their justice, criminal justice delivery system, and what the Attorney General is attempting to do is most welcome. Right, Honorable Speaker, if you pay regard to how long it takes to, first of all, prefer charges against an accused person, and then the necessity to find counsel for the serious offenses, and the whole onus which is on the Attorney General to prove the case beyond reasonable doubt, I'm afraid a simple criminal case can journey 4 years. Attorney General is telling me that sentence, a criminal trial can take as long as 6 years before finality is brought to bear on the proceedings. But if some understanding is reached by way of plea bargaining, the benefit is that we unclog the courts. The congestion that we find in the courts and all manner of troubles will be solved when we go the way of plea bargaining. What is even more interesting, and Honorable Speaker, I want to stress this. I do not think sentencing somebody in imprisonment is the only remedy in reforming individuals. I don't believe so. It's even been said that the more you pack people in custodial imprisonment, you harden them to a reasonable extent. So plea bargaining is also an avenue to decongest the prisons and let people go and sin no more. The only thing which is a challenge for me are the exceptions. Honorable Speaker, the report is very clear, and I don't know those constitutional barriers, but if I may attempt to read page number 7 of the committee's report. It is often said that justice delayed is justice denied. Good. And that is it. That is a fact. Consequently, expanding the scope of application of plea bargaining to cover almost all offences except those with constitutional barriers, such as treason, high treason, and other offences including murder, piracy, hijacking, is expected to go a long way in speeding up trial of cases, providing cheap but effective means of adjudication, reduction in backlog of cases in courts, facilitate the rehabilitation of offenders, and the decongestion in our prisons. Honorable Speaker, I think the exceptions are good for now. As a matter of fact, sometimes you introduce some innovations in the justice delivery system so that you prepare the minds of others that, look, somebody has just raped a lady, and through some funny arrangement, some people will say the person is now he's not going to go to prison, but he's out, and the lady is compensated. With time, people will come to appreciate that it should be so for all offenses as pertains to other jurisdictions. But when we go in that graduation, that sensitivity, people will come and appreciate that it doesn't pay off to go the old ways. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important introduction in our jurisprudence, and I am very, very excited that we've come this far. It seems to me that the amendments are not many and overloaded, and we should be able to speed it up so that we take the benefit of plea bargaining, which is also an international best practice. I'm grateful to you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion in respect of the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Amendment Bill, otherwise known as the Plea Bargaining Bill. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about the benefits of plea bargaining to the dispensation of criminal justice in our country. Mr. Speaker, some of the benefits highlighted include the reduction in caseloads at the courts and on prosecutors, thereby saving time and resources for the state. Mr. Speaker, plea bargaining, if its scope is enlarged, would also lead to the decongestion of our prisons due to the reduced and non-custodial sentencing regime that would accompany such a policy. But, Mr. Speaker, quite a number of observations were made at the committee's consideration of this bill, and the ranking member has touched on some of the critical issues and observations made. I'd like to, Mr. Speaker, highlight some of the issues already raised, but in doing so, I would introduce certain new dimensions. Mr. Speaker, I would like to refer you to paragraph the observations, paragraphs 6.4
6.4 of the committee's report. And 6.4 talks about the scope of plea bargaining envisaged under the bill. Mr. Speaker, what the committee observed was the attempt to exclude quite a number of offences from the scope of plea bargaining, apart from the constitutional barriers already introduced, such as treason and high treason. Now, the ranking member has already made the point that the Attorney General's response for justifying the exceptions was that he had fears that if the exceptions are not created, there's a likelihood that an Attorney General could abuse his discretionary power. Mr. Speaker, I find that problematic for an Attorney General to argue that when power is vested in him or her, that office could abuse the discretionary power vested in him. And the ranking member rightly made the point that if you look at Article 88 of our Constitution, the power to enter nolle prosequi is discretionary. It is vested in the Attorney General. The framers of the Constitution did not at any point contemplate that an Attorney General, the principal legal advisor to government, would abuse his discretionary power or authority. But, Mr. Speaker, is that not the reason why the Constitution itself expressly provides for the parameters within which discretionary power in all forms would be exercised? So Article 296 is so clear that whenever discretionary power is vested in a public officer, the said officer must exercise the discretionary power in a very fair and candid manner. Article 296 also talks about the exercise of the power in a manner that is not capricious, whimsical, etc., etc. And so, Mr. Speaker, the parameters have already been provided for. Therefore, the fears entertained by the Attorney General that when we vest additional discretionary powers in him, just as the Constitution vests the power to enter nolle prosequi in him, he is likely to abuse that power, is untenable in the face of Article 296. Because the Attorney General swears an oath to uphold the Constitution and all the laws of the Republic to which he or she would serve as the principal legal officer of our state. So, Mr. Speaker, if the intendment for introducing this bill was to enlarge the scope of plea bargaining, because plea bargaining is not new to our criminal jurisprudence, let us be bold and enlarge the scope properly to include all other offences apart from those offences exempted under the Constitution itself. Mr. Speaker, I also have a strong view that any attempt to exclude the offences that have been provided for under the bill, such as rape, murder, defilement, piracy, genocide, etc., etc., would even be discriminatory. And Mr. Speaker, I say this against the backdrop of recent Supreme Court decisions relative to similar matters that came before it, Martin Bebu versus the Republic, in relation to bail under Section 96 of the Criminal and Other Offences Act. Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court was very clear prior to the ruling in Martin Bebu's decision.
Kindly hold on. Yes.
Oh, why?
Are you on the point of order?
Right, Speaker, I want to be guided. My colleague says that he has a strong feeling, and I was wondering whether in this house. Sorry? Oh no, it's not strong feelings. I wanted to find out from Right, Speaker, whether in this house we should be moved by feelings or our thinking.
Some people's feelings infuse their thinking.
Yeah.
Yes, the honourable member continue.
Mr. Speaker, I said view. My learned senior was probably not very attentive. He was listening to some whispers from the Attorney General's end. But Mr. Speaker, the point I was making was in relation to the recent Supreme Court decision in Martin Pebu versus the Attorney General, where exceptions created under Section 96 in respect of bail, and those exceptions, Mr. Speaker, included murder, rape, defilement, most of the offenses listed under this particular bill as exemptions, narcotics-related offenses, etc., as non-bailable offenses, was shot down by the Supreme Court. And so we need to be careful here not to enact provisions in an act which probably would not stand the constitutional test under Article 17 because they are discriminatory. We need to bear in mind that under Article 19 there is the presumption of innocence. And so regardless of the magnitude of the offense charged, it may well be the case, Mr. Speaker, that the accused person is innocent after all. So this is just to support the arguments canvassed by the ranking member that yes, the bill is very good, it seeks to enlarge the scope of plea bargaining, but let us be courageous and extend it to include all offenses apart from those already exempted under the Constitution itself. In any case, the Attorney General is the one who would be vested with the discretion to determine whether to enter into a plea bargaining agreement or not. Mr. Speaker, one other important observation the committee made, and I'd like to refer to the said observation, can be found in paragraph 6.3. And 6.3 talks about the potential injustice of plea agreements towards victims. Potential injustice of plea agreements towards victims. Mr. Speaker, the point here is that agreements are entered into by the prosecution and a defendant or an accused. And so you find that victims, as a matter of fact, are not parties to plea agreements, and yet they are the victims. So, taking cognizance of this fact, this bill sought to, in a way, rope victims in by ensuring that the prosecution shall seek the consent of victims, and that when victims are not satisfied, they may raise their objections in writing. But, Mr. Speaker, the problematic provision that caught the attention of the committee was in clause 162E3. And in 162E3 of the bill, there is the provision which says that where the prosecutor, after reasonable efforts, fails to reach or is unable to reach the victim, then the plea agreement could come into force or effect. Mr. Speaker, we are of the view that this particular provision is problematic. What is reasonable within the context of the bill? How can it be said that a prosecutor who, for all intents and purposes, may have the victim as his witness, key witness, material witness, would all of a sudden not be able to reach the said victim for purposes of striking a plea bargaining agreement. I mean, it is simply not conceivable in the circumstances. And so we thought that that problem area that needs to be resolved, we must take into full account the circumstances of victims. In my personal view, where a victim expresses dissatisfaction about a plea bargaining arrangement, the entire process should even fail. So if you create a leeway for a prosecutor to say, I have made reasonable efforts and cannot reach my victim to obtain the consent of the victim, we believe that that is problematic. And at the right time, when we are called upon to do the clause-by-clause consideration, we probably would introduce amendments to take away the power of the prosecution to make the determination that he or she made reasonable efforts but could not reach the victim. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I urge the House to adopt the motion. Thank you.
Yes, and members take note that I don't intend to go beyond 2 p.m. today. So we have to do it quickly so I can close. I have an appointment outside at 2:30. Unfortunately, second this guy is also engaged in other official assignments. So by 2 o'clock, I'll bring proceedings to a close. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the amendment proposed on the Criminal and Other Offences Procedure Bill at 30, 1996. Mr. Speaker, your committee, the proposal being put before it, and also considering the changes in society and in our criminal justice system, alongside international best practices, a thorough discussion was held at the committee level, and also considering some existing legislations that had limited provisions for plea bargaining, especially in subsections 2 and 3 of Section 239 of Act 30, and also Section 35 of the Courts Act, Act 459. Mr. Speaker, other recent legislations, as in the Office of the Special Prosecutors Act, Act 595, and the Narcotics Control Commission Act, Act 1019, also make some provisions for plea bargaining. But in all of them, Mr. Speaker, the committee realized that there were some limited opportunities for the accused to perhaps decide on some charges or some sentences. So the committee, considering all the reports that were submitted to it through the Attorney General's Department and their consultants, some extensive work being done, and the international best practices reports presented to us, the committee considered that it was necessary as a state to accept aspects, most of the aspects of the bill as proposed by the Attorney General's Department. And earlier speakers have brought out some controversial areas that we feel that coming to the floor will give us the opportunity to perhaps do a little more discussion and consultation. And to also add that the Attorney General's Department did a broad consultation and did an extensive work by studying up to 11 jurisdictions. And considering the criminal justice systems of these jurisdictions, they have also inculcated into the report some opinions from the best practices that were learned, and also the opinions of the public, the victims, and most especially the accused, because in most instances, they are the people at the center, and the victims also have a role to play in considering the plea bargain agreement. So, Mr. Speaker, the officialdom also introduced some opinions and some perspectives, and the overall effect is a high level of appreciation of the public, the Ghanaian public, and the stakeholders of plea bargaining. And it is my opinion and my suggestion that, Mr. Speaker, considering the benefits that accrue to the individuals, as in the accused and victims, and also to the state, as in saving the state of its resources, I think that it is a report the House should consider, and the bill should be passed into a law that will save the state of some resources that are spent on our inmates. Mr. Speaker, in other jurisdictions, such as in the US, some 97–98% of their cases are settled through plea bargaining, as per a report submitted to the committee. And I think that it is a way to reduce the congestions in our prisons, in a way to perhaps get some accused and victims come to a mutual agreement to have their issues sorted out, other than the usual that this country is known to have told. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I urge the House to accept the report of the committee and to pass the bill into a law to guide our criminal justice system in this country. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Member for Zebila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, admittedly, many good laws have been passed by various parliaments, and they are in our statute books. Our challenge has been one of implementation. It is my prayer that when this law is passed at the end of the day, it will not suffer the same fate. Mr. Speaker, plea bargaining is not a new phenomenon in Ghana. In fact, as far back as 1973-76, when I was a law student in the law faculty in the University of Ghana, the issue of plea bargaining came to the fore. And that was when Dr. I.L. Ohenejan, a Sunyani-based legal practitioner, was charged with murder, that he had murdered or killed his house help. And during the course of the trial, the lawyers for the accused person decided to invoke the provisions on plea bargaining to plead guilty to manslaughter rather than to the murder that he was being tried. And that brought a lot of hullabaloo in the country. People did not understand why somebody is charged with murder and can, at the end of the day, stand trial for manslaughter, which is a lesser offense. So that is a major challenge of plea bargaining that we are going to witness in this country. Speaker, when we met at the committee, we had a good number of resource persons from the judiciary, from the U.S. Embassy, and then from other civil society organizations. And we did a lot of brainstorming. And then we were able to identify the good side of plea bargaining and the challenges associated with plea bargaining. It is instructive that this August House will take note of the challenges that we identified, so that at the end of the day, when we go to consider the clause-by-clause provisions, this will come to light so that we can make a good law. Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, the lawyers in the chamber here who have been in practice know that there have been plea bargaining at the police stations. Plea bargaining is a daily affair, whether albeit illegally or so, in the police stations. Somebody will be accused of even defilement and rape and whatnot, or even some other traffic offenses. And the police will advise him, if you go to court, plead guilty so that I'll talk to the magistrate to be lenient on you. If you go to court, plead guilty so that I'll talk to the magistrate, I'll talk to the judge. He will either fine you or caution you or let you go free. That is plea bargaining. And then he will take something from the accused person, and then that ends the matter. Even though at the end of the day he had no influence of the judge or the magistrate, he may not even tell him that he and the accused person had entered into a plea bargaining. So it is important that at this stage we legitimize the concept of plea bargaining in the statute books, so that it is no more a criminal, it's no more practiced by police at police stations and by people who are not authorized. It's very instructive that we do that. Against this background, I'm happy the Learned Attorney General is here. We have challenged that militate against the implementation of this law. In the first place, many of the districts do not have courts. Many of the districts in the country do not have courts. Secondly, some regions do not even have high courts. Thirdly, some regions have very lean staff of Attorney General staff. Justice delayed is justice denied. So if the Attorney General is going to be responsible for undertaking this plea bargaining, and then at Zebula we write to the Attorney General in Bolga, and then it takes him 1 month, 2 months to write back and say that these are the terms of the plea bargaining. Have we benefited? Is it not justice delayed that we are already practicing today? There is an area that the Learned Attorney General may have to take note of. Creation of district courts, circuit courts, and regional high courts is very important for plea bargaining to be able to thrive. Otherwise, in the absence of that, it will go back to the same problem that we are having today: delayed trials and delay of justice. Mr. Speaker, you are right aware that, let's say, somebody is arrested for possessing just some small parcel of Indian hemp or something we don't know. Yes. Then they prepare a docket and send to AG department. 2 years, 3 years. Somebody's child with attempted murder or rape and whatnot. After docket goes to AG department, 1 year, 2 years before it comes back. What is there to guarantee that if we adopt this law of plea bargaining, there won't be delays coming from the AG department, so that we will suffer the same fate that we did? The other challenge that we should take note of is that unless we embark on public education, unless we embark in sensitizing the generality of the Ghanaian public, at the end of the day, what many of them will perceive is that it is, as usual, middle-class people and high-class people who want to milk this country small. Like economic crimes, it is important that we actually do plea bargaining so that we get back the money. It's very useful. Take time. The masses on the streets will think that we are ganging up. It's a collusion between the middle class and then the high class to continue to cheat the society, to continue to cheat the populace. So I'm saying that while plea bargaining is very useful, very important, public education and sensitization is very important if we want this law to be able to be implemented effectively. Otherwise, it might be running away from Ayamba only to go and meet another Ayamba somewhere else. So I'm praying that we'll take note of these provisions, and when we come to the clause by clause, we'll know what to do. And besides that, if you look at clause 1.6, the exemption clause in the bill, 162QL or so, we deliberated on this for over 1 hour without any agreement. For 2 days indeed, without any agreement. Because if you have, I said that there's some of the social offenses, like rape, defilement, kidnapping, attempted murder, abduction, and then an offense related to public elections, should be part of plea bargaining and not be exempted. For example, in my ethnic group, in part of the north, abduction is a method or a mode of marriage. If I love a girl and we meet in the market or at the funeral house and whatnot, my young man will abduct her. They will just kidnap her and then put in the taxi or a donkey cart and then go home. That is kidnapping. That is abduction. But at the end of the day, after 2, 3, they will go and inform the parent that they shouldn't be looking around their daughter. He will pass, and it's marriage. And you are saying that we should exempt this and it should not be part of plea bargaining. That is plea bargaining in practical terms. We have been doing plea bargaining in marriage. And so we shouldn't pretend and sit here and adopt what is happening elsewhere without taking the values and then the practices of our traditional areas, of our groups in the country. How can abduction, how can I marry a woman and say that it's not subject to plea bargaining? That is wrong, Mr. Speaker. It's not against her will. Sometimes they are pretending. You know women. She will just she will just weep and pretend for 1 hour and then wash her face and then that ends it. That is not against her will. It's a form of marriage. And we are saying it should be exempted from plea bargaining. Why? It should be part of plea bargaining. We should legitimize it. It is against the backdrop of this that I think that this is a very useful bill, that we should be careful that unless we educate Ghana to understand the threshold in this bill, we must be passing a law which at the end of the day we might not be able to implement successfully. If we do, it will knock our heads, we those who are here, they think we are in a privileged class against the people who are on the streets, that as usual, we have come together to milk the country, to protect each other, and to cheat the country. And when that happens, the law will be a disservice rather than a tool for social engineering. Thank you.
Honourable members, I will not put a question today. The debate will continue, but it's 2 p.m. and I intend to bring proceedings to a close as I announced earlier. So when we come tomorrow or the day after, the debate will continue before the question will be put. Right. Honourable members, unless the leaders have any announcement, I wish to bring the proceedings to a close for the day. Any announcement? Yes, Honourable Major.
Mr. Speaker, there's no particular announcement. I was just asking the chairman of the Constitutional Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee if the committee is ready to lead us in the consideration stage on Friday, even if we deal with the continuation tomorrow, and you put in the question on the second reading tomorrow. As we could at least begin the consideration on Friday.
Very well. I'll be guided by the committee's decisions. Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind, my attention has been drawn to item listed as 8. The AG perhaps could lay this document A, and then I could also do for B. I guess 2 minutes will be through that.
Which item?
Item 8 on the order paper, page 5. Page 5.
A and B. Very well. Presentation of papers.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would seek the permission, your permission, and the indulgence of my colleagues to allow the Attorney General to present the paper on behalf of the Minister for Interior. That is 8A.
Very well. A. Honorable Attorney General.
Narcotics Control Commission Regulations 2022.
Honorable members, the paper is duly presented is referred to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation to consider and report. B.
Report of the Bank of Ghana on the conduct of monetary policy, macroeconomics review, and banking sector development for the period January to December 2021.
The paper is duly presented is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Now, honourable members, the House is adjourned till Thursday, March 10th, 2022, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Previously on People and Places.
This the highest peak on the Mogo Hill. Part of the hill, but it was chopped off in the early 1960s.
Okay.
By the first president of Ghana, Dr. Kwame. So we have 3 species.
Okay.
We have the cops. These ones are cops. We have bushbacks and dikers. So they practice the system of polygamy, where one male to a lot of females, and it depends on the structure of the male. We have the olive baboon and then the leather spot nose monkey.
Those were a few highlights. Now, the adventure continues. Stay with us and enjoy. So thank you for staying with us. This is still People and Places. We are still at the Shai Hills Resource Reserve. Now we continue our tour with Ishmael, and as a stunt, we are at the Sayu Hills. This place has another unique story, and we'll get right to it. So what do we have here?
Yeah, so the Sayu Cave was once the tribal chief palace of the Shai.
Okay.
So when I say tribal, 4 tribes that lived here, occupying around the various caves, mostly, basically from Manya, Ajuku, Hiwoyo, and then the Sayu.
Okay.
So the tribal chief was residing in the cave. Now,
the tribal chief was the chief of all the 4 tribes.
All the 4 tribes.
Okay.
Now it's believed that they are living now in Kodiabe, close to the reserve, about 5 kilometers drive
From
west
here.
side of the
Okay.
reserve.
So they moved from here.
They moved
and
from
settled
here.
there.
Yes, please. But history has it all that one can only visit the king or the chief when there is a leaf like this, a leaflet on your lip.
Okay.
In that way, when they see the leaflet on your lip, you will not be harmed. And then they believe that you know their customs and traditions.
Oh.
And then you are coming in with right motive and peace. And then the last of it all, which is key for them, was that when they see the leaf on your lip, it tells that whatever you see here is a hidden truth that you will not go and expose or tell anyone. And hence you'll be allowed to enter the cave.
The cave.
Interestingly, the cave has only one main entrance.
Oh, okay.
Aside the main entrance, there's no other place that one can pass to the cave.
Before you go into the chambers, who discovered this place?
I think they just walked and then they stayed here.
Oh, okay.
But the history tells that they were once hunter-gatherers who lived here, but their history is not known. So the Shaibu came in and drove them away and then took the
their
place.
place. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. We'll learn more about it as we see the place.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is the main entrance to the cave, where they go with their back.
They go with their back.
Yes, the leaf will be on your lip, then you go with your back. The focus was war-minded people, you know. They were like people who can easily come in and take the place from them, since they also took it from others.
Somebody else, okay.
So their focus is, as you go, you watch around, even though the warriors were here on top, but you watch around to see if people are coming. You scream for help or you shout so that the warriors can come in and defend.
Oh, okay.
So they cross here with their back. And
And
aside this place, there's no other place that one can pass through to the cave.
So this is the main entrance.
To the cave.
Right. Is that the same routine they follow when they come?
Yeah, in the
now?
olden days. No, now it is abolished. We don't go with our back. We don't have the leaves on our legs.
So they just come like normal to tour the place. They don't do any rites.
Well, so yeah, so what we have realized is, you know, the transferring of the knowledge from one generation to the other sometimes spoils the trend. So for them, some of them don't even know as to
what it was,
what they are supposed to do, but others also know. So some does it Generally, when they come, some also don't know the significance of doing those things.
Okay. All right.
But when tourists comes here, we just tell them, but we tell them
and
they
then
are
they go
abolished.
in like normal. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
And as we go, we will smell different scent from the bat guano.
Bat what?
Guano, that is the fecal content of the bat.
This is how the front part of the cave looks like. We are going to take this road or this path and move to the very first chamber. And as we go, we'll talk.
So you see the guano, the fecal content of the bats.
Oh, okay.
They are good source of fertilizer.
I see.
So what happens is that these are insect-eating bats.
Okay.
So they are very active in the night. They come out to peck the sleeping insects. So their activity also attracts the insects in the daytime because the scent will, attract them. Then they feed on them.
Oh,
and
okay.
These bats in ecology, they are called keystone species. That is species which are very delicate, and their absence from the ecosystem, the whole system, can break the ecosystem.
How?
Because insects are the most ubiquitous species of animals in the world. And so when I say ubiquitous, they are everywhere, and they are millions, trillions. So in order for this species to be regulated, they need
someone that will feed on them.
some others to feed on. So bats is one of them, and then pangolins.
Okay.
They feed on these insects to regulate their population so that they will not, exceed and break everything.
Okay.
So they are very unique and important. The fruit-eating bat at 37.2, they also help in what?
Regulating.
They help in dispersal of seeds, and hence germination as well. So bats are very unique.
Sure. So what you are telling me in effect is that now all 3 caves have been taken over by bats?
No, this cave has a lot of the bats, but the other caves, they have very few bat species because those 3 caves cannot be compared to this huge one. They are very small in sizes.
Oh, okay. But this is the first cave.
The
first chamber.
The first chamber, we are ending at the first chamber, and then this is the second chamber.
Oh, okay. So where we moved from
is the first chamber to this place.
Right.
And then the second chamber ends here. This whole place is second chamber.
Oh, okay.
And then the third chamber goes through the small hole, go to left.
So the second chamber has most of the bats, or the first?
The third chamber.
The third.
Yeah, the third chamber has. But then they move to the first chamber in the night to peck sleeping insects. So this is how the whole settings was like. In the olden days, they covered this whole place with boulders. And then there was small entrance
for
people.
Yeah,
where the king, because here was for the king.
Okay.
And you see the ficus plant, these ones are called Ficus abutifolia. On top you can see some of the plant there.
Okay.
So it develops all this way. And then they use it as a way to climb, as a spy point up.
Oh, yeah.
So when they are up there, and then they see people coming to attack them, they decline and pack themselves behind the packed stones. When they come, when they come and they can scare them with that, then they pull or push the stones on them. But then we cut them. Some of the roots got collapsed, and others too were very weak. And students, when they come, a lot of them want to climb at a time, same time. So we just avoided the climbers. And then we replace this with the ladder. So in case you want to go to the spy point, somehow scary, but you can actually do it.
Okay.
And so this ends the conversation with the first chamber.
All right.
The second chamber also has the stool of the chief, which is this one. So the natural stone that he sits on. So here is just like an assembly ground for the king. You can sit on maybe as the queen mother of Kodiabe.
Okay.
And then there we can, after sitting on, we can go to the third chamber.
This is too high for me.
Oh, so let me show you how you. One hand of yours will be here, the other one will be here. So this one, 10.
Like that?
Take off your phone. It can crack. Then, pijamu. Okay. How is it? It's not comfortable.
Yep.
So
this
now,
is me on the natural stool, which is actually a rock of the then Kodiabe.
Yeah, the tribal chief.
Tribal chief. Okay. These bats, are they harmful to humans?
They are not, but you know, bats have a lot of viral infections or pathogens. So, but they are not harmful to humans. They cannot beat you, they cannot peck on you. But when you are closer to them, you need to be careful with the way you touch them. Because they are wild.
Yeah.
Anything is possible to happen. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's see the very difficult third chamber, of which. So this is how we do it. Just touch the rock and then come slowly. But then, so there were no bats here when the shy people were here.
Oh, okay. Because there were humans here.
Yeah, and then there were activities like burning and making noise when they left here, and then the bats occupied. You can see from here. So that's the third chamber. It goes deep. Hope you can see there. A lot of them.
Okay. That's how you call them?
Yeah, sometimes you just make a little noise.
To stir them up.
See
Wow.
And hence the name Bat Cave, because the place houses like millions of bats. We can actually enter, but you know it's full of guano. You can step in and it will be all over you.
I think we are fine here. Yeah, we can see the bats from here, so that's fine. But you never know. I mean, if you are more adventurous than I am and you come here, you can choose to go with Ishmael or anyone else who will take you around into the bat cave.
Okay, so we can still go and climb to the
top.
It's like the Mogul Hill, the view.
Okay.
But it's a very small area.
Right.
And a little bit scarier than the Mogul Hill.
Oh, okay.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana.
The Ghanaian currency, cedi, was coined from the Akan word, cedie,
which means cowries.
So, let me just warn you, for people who are like me, you need to eat well before you come here because it takes a lot of energy to do this.
So when you get here, this is how you position your
Okay.
So your right foot should be on the ficus roots here. Then your left foot should be here.
Okay.
Then you hook, look at your hands here. Then you lift yourself.
What? People, if you don't have Vim, you can watch your friends do it from afar.
I hope you saw how I did it. No.
Like that. Like this. Then I hold this.
Yeah.
Then here. Oh. We are going to
view.
the top of the hill. Okay, so this hill is higher than the Mogo Hill.
You can see the Mogo Hill from here.
Oh, that's it.
And so here is the spy point where the warriors sit in the olden days. Just to
guard
check
the
around.
place. Wow, this is a very good point.
But very difficult to get here.
Definitely. I'm sure it was also strategic because before the enemy comes here.
Yeah, then they know because they can see afar.
Yeah.
So they can better plan of. And there were no, the trees were very few, especially there was no neem tree. So you could see far than this.
So this entire place was clear.
Yes, it was clear.
So it was just vast land. Wow. Guys, it's difficult to get here, but if you're able to make it, I think it's worth it. Because the view is really, really cool. It's really cool. You can actually see, like he said, the Mogo Hill, which looks a lot smaller from here. So this is like a step higher. You should try this sometime. So that's the Sayi story, right?
Yes, yes.
Right. And so, where are we going to next?
So from here, we'll go to the Depot Rock. Then,
where they perform their final.
Yes, then we go to
puberty, right?
The farm, the animal farm.
The animal farm and then the museum.
Yes.
Okay, so let's get the video going. We are at the entrance to the Depot Rock. This is where the girls who used to camp at the Mogo Hills, this is where they come to complete their puberty rites, and after here they can be qualified for marriage because they are seen to have gone through the puberty rites and have been successful. So Ishmael is taking us to see the place.
So you can actually see some broken pots, so broken bottles all over here. So they mix it with the old drink, schnapp and others. Oh. They mix the water with it and then they use it to bath them. And you can see the grooves. So they pour the drink into the water. Ah. You can see the grooves all over here. And this,
whatever they were doing there, they were doing here.
Yes. Because of it not being used for a long period of time, that's why you see. But when you see the whole place is full up, and this water is always, it doesn't get dried. Oh. But we don't drain it for a long period of time, so many years.
What did they use this water for though?
So in those days, it was clean water where they bath the ladies, fetch it and bath the ladies with it. And then they put the beads, then the colorful things on them. So you can see here they just make it so like the grooves are more smaller in size. Yeah.
Because this is where they were making the items.
So after bathing them, then they grind and put it on them. Oh. And then they dance. The background is there. Okay. Where they dance for the final rite. But this water sustains for the whole of the year round, and it's always full. Oh. Because of the dry season, that is why you see it in this way. They sit on the stone, which they cover it with the skin of the antelope.
Is that it?
No, they took it away when they were sacked.
Okay.
And there are two indications. If you are virgin, you get up easily. If you are not a virgin, you get stuck to the rock.
They took the rock away?
Yeah, so when they were sacked, they took the rock away.
Oh, wow. Why was something that could be moved?
Oh, yeah, it's very small rock because you can just, always they cover it with the skin of the antelope. Oh, so they took it away. Yeah. But the main focus was to test whether the girls are really virgins or not. Oh. And in that way, if you are not a virgin, you perform some rite, and when you get up, you are banned or sacked from the tribe. Oh, wow. Or you join the people within the tribe that have the mark that you were not virgins, but you passed through the rites. And in that way, you will not be regarded as one of them. Be it giving birth, marrying, or dying, they will not regard you as, they regard you as an unclean person within their setting.
Okay.
And it also creates, it's a form of honor for the younger girls.
Join us in the next and final episode of the Shy Hills Adventure as we explore the animal farm, museum, and visit the home of the newest additions, the African pythons, all on People and Places.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for your presence here, and I thank in particular His Highness, His Excellency Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates and the Emir of Abu Dhabi, His Highness, His Excellency Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, Vice President and Prime Minister of the United Arab Emirates, the Government of the United Arab Emirates, and the Expo 2020 Dubai Organizing Committee for giving Ghana this opportunity to showcase the trade and investment opportunities available in our country. 2 days ago, on Sunday, 6th March, Ghana celebrated her 65th Independence Day anniversary. We take honor in the fact that Ghana was the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to free herself from colonial rule, and thereafter took the lead for the liberation of the African continent from the forces of colonialism and imperialism. For a plethora of reasons, the economic growth and prosperity that we had anticipated would follow political liberation did not materialize, even though we have been blessed with abundant resources by the Almighty. We have, however, moved away from the earlier uncertainties that clouded our path towards progress and prosperity. In the last 29 years of democratic governance in the Fourth Republic have generally been the period of the greatest economic growth in our history. Unfortunately, it has not been consistent. And with our country at age 65, we are determined that it is time to get it right in a sustainable manner. Our engagement at the Expo is themed on opportunity, because we are a nation of unquestionably attractive opportunities. Indeed, prior to the onset of COVID-19, Ghana in 2017, 2018, and 2019, that is during my first term in office, recorded annual average GDP growth rates of 7%, making our economy one of the fastest growing in the world at the time. At the height of the pandemic in 2020, we're indeed one of the few countries to record positive growth. Through our 100 billion CD economic recovery program, dubbed the Ghana Cares or Baltampa program, the economy grew at a provisional 5.2% in the first 3 quarters of 2021, with a projected growth rate of 5.6% for 2021. We appear to be on the path of sustained economic recovery. We still nevertheless have some important challenges, but we see these challenges as opportunities which serve as catalysts for growth and the realization of government's transformational agenda. This agenda is hinged primarily on creating space for the private sector to thrive, thereby growing the jobs that our young people need. Our industrial transformation through our policies of one district, one factory, and the development of strategic anchor industries, such as the emerging automotive industry and the coordinated exploitation of our significant bauxite and iron ore deposits, our agricultural expansion through the program for planting for food and jobs, targeted infrastructural development, especially of our roads and railways, and promoting access to digital technology are serving as the main avenues for job creation. We've been successful at removing some of the constraints of Ghanaian life that have been sources of frustration in conducting business. As part of the process of formalizing the economy, we have, amongst others, implemented a digital property address system, issued biometric national identification cards to residents this year, so that every resident will have a unique identification number and ensure paperless transactions at our ports. Today, we are the safest country in West Africa. We are the largest recipient of foreign direct investment in West Africa. We are ranked third in the Ease of Doing Business Index in West Africa. We are the new commercial capital of Africa by virtue of our hosting of the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. We are the second largest cocoa producer in the world. We are the largest producer of gold in Africa. We're endowed with considerable deposits of bauxite, iron ore, manganese, lithium, oil and gas, diamonds, and timber. And we're geographically closer than any other country to the center of the planet. We are a country where investments are secure and protected under a governance system where an independent judiciary upholds the rule of law and respect for private property rights. Ghana is ready for business. Ghana is a land of opportunity for private capital, which has taken it upon herself to build a business-friendly economy that will enable her get to the stage where she will help her build an optimistic, self-confident, and prosperous nation. I invite all of you to visit the Ghana Pavilion in the Opportunity District for a taste of Ghana's hospitality, characterized by the nutritious chocolate made from Ghana's premium cocoa, the display of Ghana's rich sociocultural heritage, and the exploration of the numerous investment opportunities. It is an exciting time for us, and we welcome you to join us in this journey as we are determined to deepen the already warm relations that exist between our two countries. And we once again reiterate our gratitude for the opportunity to come here to showcase our country at this magnificent Expo Dubai 2020. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, myself, the Chief Director, Management and staff here at the Ministry of Information, we join the world in wishing our resilient Ghanaian women, especially our colleagues in the information sector, a happy International Women's Day. This year's celebration is under the theme Gender Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow, and all of us at the Ministry of Information support the campaign to break the bias. Let us offer equal opportunity and support to all our women so that together we can build our beloved country, Ghana. On behalf of the Minister and our team, I wish all Ghanaian women are equal.
In the Upper West region is a beautiful hotel called the Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel. Hi guys, we are back again
doing, Charlie? I hope you are doing amazing. I'm currently here in the Upper West region, and I'm here at the most beautiful hotel in the Upper West. So come, let's see how it looks like. This place is called Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel, which is locally called Jirapa, Dubai, here by the local people. So let's see how the room looks like. Come, let's go. Oh, this is going to be my bed. The place is very cute. So this is what you get if you'd come to the Royal Kuzi Hills Hotel. So I now understand why the locals call it Jirapa Dubai. It's so big and the best here in the Upper West. So this is the tennis courts, and we are going to see the mini zoo. Something like this.
That one, the price is labeled on the dice.
60 cedis. Oh, that's very affordable. I'm swimming. This is my
cold
feet.
and this is nice.
It's like an ice bath.
Yeah.
A serious ice bath. When you're in the desert in Dubai, you need this.
Yeah.
Hey. Hey guys, it's Miss Drew, your host of the mountain.
It's so fun how you are missing if you're in the Upper West. Exactly. So tell me how will you believe? So tell me how will you believe? It's time for dinner and I'm having rice with goat lice soup. Laurie, what are you having?
Yam with goat lice soup.
Yam and goat lice soup. What a combination. So we are waiting for Drew to come. I don't know what she's doing inside, but then this food smells so good. I can't wait to dig in. You know me and food. I know you all will come at me saying Stella is going to eat banku and yeah. Today I'm eating rice and goat lice soup because the weather deserves it.
Waiting. Whoa.
We We just started.
so hungry. We just started.
This is what you are missing. This is good. Definitely. So how do you eat your rice and soup? Do you take the rice first and dip it into the soup, or do you fry the soup before eating the rice? Let me know in the comment section. This is good.
So I couldn't decide because there were so many things on the menu, guys. And you know, when I see food, my belly gets bigger than my eyes. So I got some assorted. This is actually the chef's special jollof rice. And then I have got seafood provincial.
Ooh, wow.
Seafood is like, honestly,
yeah. Don't worry, we are all eating her food today.
Just because I tasted yours. Aww.
Good morning. Good morning from the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel.
Good morning. Hi everyone. Hi to Stella family.
Larry, are you still sleeping? Okay, so we are going to have breakfast without her because she's taking long. She's taking long to dress.
Drew is
How was your
London
night?
time, but we stick to time.
How was your night?
The night was comfy. Oh my goodness, the bed was amazing. I don't know what I prefer most, the bed or the shower. Ooh.
Oh, the shower. Oh, the warm shower.
Exactly. Oh.
So one of the nicest thing about last night is the fact that I spent a lot of time showering.
Yes,
which I am not used to.
Yeah.
I always I'm very quick. I'm a quick eater. I'm a quick butter.
I'm a slow eater and a quick buffer.
Oh, okay. But yesterday I spent more than 30 minutes bathing.
And I was just the shower pressure. Oh my goodness.
So one thing about the west, upper west is the weather is dry.
Very.
And it's warm. It doesn't make you sweat, but it makes you feel dry. I don't know if you can tell.
Even me, yeah.
Yeah. So I used shea butter this morning.
Ooh,
yeah.
And we're gonna make some shea butter. We need to buy it. We're in the north, so we have to leave with shea butter.
Definitely we will.
Yes.
So, and this is the best place to buy shea butter because it's originated from here.
Yes.
So we are going to have breakfast. I hope you're enjoying the video so far. Let me know in the comment section which part of this place is your favorite.
Yeah.
Has been so helpful.
Oh,
she's a pretty Nana. When you come here, look for Nana. So guys, this brings us to the end of today's vlog. I had an amazing time at the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel, and I came with my friends, so let's all share our experience. Laurie, missed you. Come around. Let's talk about our experience.
Listen,
so what do you think about the Royal Cozy Hills Hotel?
The Royal Cozy Hills Hotel is just amazing. If you are literally in the Upper West, I'm not gonna lie, this is the best place for you to be because it is cozy.
It is cozy.
From beds to swimming pools to showers to food.
Okay, let's go to the food. The breakfast.
Breakfast was
dinner
good.
last night.
Okay, dinner was too much that I have to take it away.
Shamelessly taking away.
Shamelessly doing take away. You already know where there's food and travel.
Yeah,
and that good.
Let's talk about how spacious the place is.
Oh yeah, very
there's
spacious.
a lot of space. I'm sure you can have
clean
parties here as well. Like over 60 people can be here. Loads of rooms, and I'm sure all of them are just as cozy as each other.
You can have your destination wedding here.
Exactly, especially when you're in the Upper West. Whilst here, you also get to experience the safari as we did.
Exactly.
If you haven't watched the YouTube video, please go back.
Go back
and go and watch it. Yeah. So
it's
until next time on my next video, I hope you're having an amazing time just as I'm having an amazing time here. Until next time on my next YouTube video, we're gonna say it's a bye right here from the Upper West region. We are going to the next destination and you are coming along. I love you all. Mwah.
position of women in the nation is the real measure of the progress of the nation. So if women are struggling in a nation, there wouldn't be any progress for that nation. So Ghana must make sure that the women in this country do not struggle, they do not suffer. Because if women suffer in the country will not progress. Mr. Speaker, let me also use this occasion, this day, to encourage Parliament. Because if you look at the representation of women on our committees, for instance, in positions like the chairperson, the vice chairman, the deputy ranking in Parliament, it is not encouraging at all. Mr. Speaker, permit me to quote what it is in Parliament that I'm talking about. 10% of committee chairpersons are women, 10%, while 6.6% are vice chairpersons. Then, Mr. Speaker, 3.3% are ranking members. Then 16.7% are deputy ranking members. Mr. Speaker, it is not encouraging at all. And as a nation, the 30% that the UN has asked nations to appoint women as representatives in leadership, Mr. Speaker, Ghana, we are down. So there's a need for Ghana to do something about the 30% women representation in leadership. In Africa, Mr. Speaker, you have countries like Rwanda, 61.3%, Burundi, 38.2%, Senegal, 43%, Cameroon 33.9%, Ethiopia 38.8%, Namibia 44.2%, Tanzania 36.7%, Uganda 34.9%, Zimbabwe 31.9%, South Africa 45.8%. In Ghana, we're only 14%. Mr. Speaker, we've got to do something about this. Mr. Speaker, I dare to say that when women are in positions, Mr. Speaker, I dare to say that they do better than men. Mr. Speaker, I also dare to say that if the finance minister were a woman, we will not find ourselves in this situation that we find ourselves in. And I dare to say that, Mr. Speaker. So in short, what I'm saying is that women, we can perform, we can do better at times when we are put in certain positions. So in the next NDC government, I am advocating that the defense minister should be a woman. The minister for defense should be a woman. The minister for interior should be a woman. The finance minister should be a woman. So that Ghana will move forward in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate the International Women's Day, I would like to take this opportunity to salute the 40 women in Parliament who, out of all odds, have fought very well to be representatives of the people. I salute them, including myself. Mr. Speaker, I also salute non-governmental organizations like Abantu for Development. I salute Star Ghana. I salute the European Union, just to mention but a few, for advocating for gender equality in Ghana and in other nations.
This is Ghana. This is the Upper West region. Back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. Guys, did you know that we have hippopotamus in Ghana? Did you know it's right here in the Upper West region, a town called Witral, and I'm here to see it for myself. I'm super excited.
To the river, we have to join public transport. That is a motorcane. We sit on it. The driver will drive us comfortable to the river. There we join a canoe or a boat to go and see the hippopotamus.
So we are about to leave. We paid 40 Ghana cedis to rent the motorcane. After 20 minutes of a rough safari ride, we finally reached the river. I'm super excited. I haven't seen a hippopotamus before. I've been wanting to see this since 2 years ago, since I started YouTube, and I'm so happy I made it happen. And guess what? The dry season is the perfect time to visit the north. Rainy season, you know, the hippopotamus spend a lot of time in the water, so they hide under the water. But during the dry season, the water level is low, so they tend to bring their head up more than in the rainy season. So the perfect time to come is December, January, February, up to March. After March, the rain starts coming, and then you would have to wait till probably December. So.
There are safety precautions that I want to put in place before we go. We are now on water, no more on land. Follow what I will say you should do. Where you are sitting, be on the middle of the seat. Don't turn anyhow. If there's anything,
we have to be very quiet so we don't disturb the hippopotamus. So we have just started the trip, and I'm going to be wishful. Wow, I've seen 2 so far. They keep coming out and going inside.
The Wichao Community Hippo Sanctuary is a community-based conservation initiative established by the chiefs and opinion leaders. Our main aim is to conserve the fauna and the flora, that is the plants and the animals, market it to the rest of the world or other regions as an ecotourism site.
So this is Burkina Faso and Ghana.
The river, the hippo is the second largest land mammal after the elephant. Elephant is having weight over 4,000. A grown, matured male hippo, the weight is 3,200 kilograms. The female weight is 2,700, 2,800, depending on the age. They carry their pregnancy for 270 days.
Whoa!
And they give birth every 2 years. That's the interval. So we started 98 with only 4 hippos. But now, according to our hippo census, we are having averagely 50 hippos.
Wow!
50. But they live in groups. A group of hippos is called a school, like the school that each and every one of us attended. So depending on the group that we will meet. Ever since I've been here for the past 10 years, the highest group I've ever come in contact, they were 22 in number. Sometimes you can see one. When you see one, that one is an independent hippo. it doesn't want to associate itself to any group because that one is always very much dangerous. Sometimes you can see two, like what we saw at the entrance. That was a female and the little one. I'll give you this and there isn't. Hippos, when they give birth, they're having the liberty to bring the children to the group. That is, if that offspring is a baby girl, the grown ones, particularly the males, they don't have problem. They can support the mothers as far as nature is concerned to cater for them to also grow up. But if the mother unfortunately give birth to a little hippo and it's a boy, there's a problem. If it is brought to the group, the grown males will kill it because they don't want it to grow up and they will be competing over the women. It can just be like we are here, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 men against 3 women. If they are hippos, we have to attack the younger one. It could be this one or the other guy at the back. We have to kill him so that the women can be. We can do our mapping so well, 1 to 1. So that's how they normally do it. See, each and every one of us is carrying hair on top of our head, and even different components of the body. Hippo is not like that. The only small hair you can see is those in the nose and in the eyes. Apart from that, their body is so exposed or naked. So they don't want to get their skin burned. That's the prime reason why they stay in the water for the whole day. When it comes to night, around 7, 8 p.m., they leave the water there on the land. That time temperatures are so down. So that's how they live. And they equally feed during night. So when they leave daytime and they are underwater, they are grazing. They eat a lot. Averagely, they can chop grasses. The weight is around 40 kilograms per night. That's how they can eat. And per every bite, the magnitude of grasses or feed that they can consume is 50 centimeters. That's how it is done. Hippos, I can say, they don't have teenage pregnancy. At the age of 9, the females are ready to do conceive, give birth, and they also multiply.
We have seen about 6 of them, so he says we should be very quiet. Sleeping. This is so surreal. I saw hippopotamus in their natural habitat right here in Ghana. Wow. We are about to see the hippos from here. It's like a tree house, so let's go.
So guys, this is another option. This is the tree house where you get to see the hippos right from sleeping here. So you can actually come here, come with your tent. They bring you here by boat from where we lodged earlier. Then you can spend the night here. So this has been exciting, guys. I'm so happy because when I was flying the drone, as soon as they heard the sound of the drone, even though they left after they noticed there was something around, I was able to capture them. This is so fulfilling. I'm so humbled and I'm so grateful for. Bye bye. Okay. All right. So if you understand what they said, I think we are very close to Burkina Faso and we are going to Burkina Faso for the first time, and this is so exciting. You get to very close to another country and you don't get to explore. But I mean, once I'm going to step foot there, I can say I'm also going to Burkina Faso. So keep watching, guys. I hope you're enjoying this video as much as I enjoy documenting my experience. So because of the drone, we worried them, so it will take some time. Yes, I literally sacked them.
But it was worth it.
Yeah, because standing from afar getting a footage of them was a little difficult. We couldn't see their entire body. So yeah. How do you feel?
I'm just trying to soak it all in, guys. I can't believe that I have been up close and personal. I'm sitting in.
How do you feel?
Oh my god.
That's exactly when I was flying the drone, I had so much feelings. I was like,
alright, so right now, guys,
look at them.
They're like my friends now.
About to step foot on the land. Can't wait.
The surprising thing is, guys, we are going to Burkina Faso. We are approaching Burkina Faso. We are approaching Burkina Faso and boom! We are in Burkina Faso.
We are there. We've gone to another country.
We are going to step foot in Burkina Faso. So guess what, guys? I just entered Burkina Faso. I mean, this plant is from Burkina Faso. This tree is from Burkina Faso. I just stepped foot in Burkina Faso and I feel so great. So when you're standing here across the river, the black water is Ghana, and I'm currently here. The border is not too far from here. It's quite a walking distance. We'll have to go inside, but we don't have a means of transport unless we walk. So yeah, it feels so good. After a short tour, we are leaving back to Ghana. So yeah, this is the Monkey Island. During the rainy season, we see a lot of monkeys here, but because we are in the dry season, they've moved away for a better living. We started our journey from another point, but we are using the shortest route, so this is the end of the boat ride. We are going to walk to where we parked our Motor King. So this is how it looks like from here. This place is really beautiful.
First people to settle in Wichao town moved from the Gumba land. Obviously, long ago, there used to be disputes over women and land issues. So those in the Gomba land, or the people who migrated from that place and settled in Wichao, they decided to relocate. So when they were coming and they got to Wichao, the leader asked them to stop because he foresaw that that place was a nice place for living. But the place was very like a forest, very bushy and full of wild animals. In order to clear the place for a very peaceful or safe living, he just asked them to start clearing the place that they want to settle. So that's how they came by the name Wichao. The we is just like the English we all know, so many people. Then the chow in our language means to cut, clear, or cut something, or chop something.
Nice.
So weed and then
we chow.
So we chow, we chop, we cut. Wow,
Amazing.
For the group trip, we paid 60 Ghana cedis for entrance, 60 Ghana cedis for the safari and the boat ride, and we paid 40 Ghana cedis for transport, which we shared among ourselves. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. Until next time on my next video, I love you all. Mwah.
Today's event is yet a further manifestation of the commitment of government to retool and re-equip the Ghana Armed Forces to enable them perform their duty of protecting the territorial integrity of our nation. We're gathered here this morning at the 2nd Naval Base to commission 4 new vessels acquired for use by the Navy. Even though this is the first time in my period as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces that such equipment has been procured for the Navy, I can assure you that it will not be the last. Indeed, when I took office as President of the Republic in January 2017, I was taken aback by the state of our armed forces, especially with regards to their operational readiness. It was nothing short of abysmal. We have thus had to take deliberate steps to shore up the capability of the armed forces and that of the other security services. We've had to purchase a significant number of armored personnel carriers, buses, and vehicles for the Army, and refurbish the existing fleet of CASA aircraft and helicopters for the Air Force, and placed orders for new fighter jets for them. Today, it is the turn of the Navy. All of these have come at a considerable cost to the Ghanaian taxpayer and at the expense of other equally important sectors of the economy. All our efforts at transforming the Ghanaian economy and putting our nation onto the path of progress and prosperity will be rendered futile if we do not secure our borders and give the Ghanaian people and businesses the serenity of mind to go about their daily activities in an atmosphere of peace and security. Hence the necessity of continuing to equip the security services until the end of my tenure on 7th January 2025. These vessels, Ghana Navy ship Volta, Ghana Navy ship Densu, Ghana Navy ship Pra, and Ghana Navy ship Ancobra, have been fittingly named after some of the famous rivers of our country. This is in recognition of significant progress being made by the armed forces to end illegal mining in our river bodies and help restore them to their natural state. Naming these ships after them is entirely appropriate. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana and indeed West Africa are currently confronted with twin threats posed by terrorism and violent extremism from the Sahel, which are rapidly moving southwards in our region, and by piracy in the Gulf of Guinea on our southern borders. The shared nature of these threats demands enhanced collaboration of all security actors within the region. Government is determined to do everything within its power to guarantee the nation's territorial integrity and ensure the safety of Ghanaians. As current chair of the Authority of Heads of State and Government of ECOWAS, coupled with the fact that Ghana has just taken her seat as a non-permanent member of the United Nations Security Council for the years 2022 and 2023, even greater responsibility has been placed on us to lead and coordinate the fight against these transnational threats against Ghana and West Africa. That is why I have charged the highly respected Chief of Defense Staff, your very own Vice Admiral Seth Amwama, to work with his counterparts in the region to develop possible courses of action against terrorism, violent extremism, and piracy for consideration by the Authority of Heads of State. Government is in the process of acquiring 2 offshore patrol vessels with high endurance limits to maintain constant presence at sea. We will also procure some more patrol vessels to respond to the myriad of threats along the coastline. Financing for the acquisition of these ships has already been provided for in the security sector retooling program initiated by the Akufo-Addo government. I want to reaffirm once again my confidence and that of the nation in the competence, dedication, and professionalism of the officers, men and women, and civilian staff of the Ghana Armed Forces. Their loyalty to the Republic and to the maintenance of its constitutional order continues to be exemplary. I'm glad to note in particular the achievements of the Navy in the fight against piracy, fuel smuggling, and other maritime crimes. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare Ghana Navy ship Volta, Ghana Navy ship Densu, Ghana Navy ship Pra, and Ghana Navy ship Ancobra duly commissioned. I wish the officers and ratings of the Ghana Navy who will sail in these ships fair winds and following seas. May God bless the Ghana Navy, the Ghana Armed Forces, and us all. And may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
What they saw during the training in AFCON, I believe they saw something good. They brought 3 goalkeepers, and Olele will not be that, excuse me to say, stupid to say, Atta is better than and in matches like this, you need the big guns. It's not Matramakwe kind of this thing. You need players who they've done it, they've been there, done that. When you're afraid of something, is what it brings you down. I believe there is doing football. I believe there is doing football.